Aloha and good morning. My name is Jürgen Steinmetz and I'm joining you from livestream.travel in Honolulu. We're part of the eTurboNews group and Hawaii News Online. And today we're not going very far. We're actually staying right here in our state and we're just going one island to the north and welcoming Richard Alfred, I believe it was, from the Kui Ula. And I lived here for 35 years. I still cannot pronounce these names, but he's joining us from Kauai. And he will tell you who he is and why we're talking to him. Good morning, aloha.
Aloha, good morning. Thank you for having me today.
Yes, Richard, you're on the island of Kauai. And for those that don't know Hawaii very well, our state has several, Kauai is called the Garden Island, I believe. It's for many think it's one of the few places left in our state where you really find nature, beautiful landscape. It's small. How many people you have in Kauai?
Oh, about 70,000.
70,000. So it's basically kind of the size of Big Mahe Island in the Seychelles. So we heard a lot from the Seychelles, about the same size, but it's not an independent country, just an independent island. And later on we hear that it's almost an independent country when it comes to the mayor. But Richard is in charge of a development, what I understand is part now of the Hyatt Hotel Group. And his development is a villa development with full service villa development. And he and also just reopened again for tourism after October 15th. Can you tell us a little bit more where you guys stand and what your property is all about?
Sure. We're on the south shore of Kauai. Poipu area is a really beautiful little beach community that's been here. Originally, the town of Kaloa, of which we are part, was a sugar plantation. It was the first sugar plantation in Hawaii. And we have a handful of resorts along the coastline, including the Grand Hyatt. And Kukui'ula started about 10 years ago, well, actually 13 years ago. And it was conceived originally as first a private home community, and with a club at its heart, a private club. But then there's a small hospitality component that's right in the vicinity of our clubhouse. So first it's a private club with this small boutique hospitality operation. And all of our accommodations are private homes that are 1, 2, 3, or 4 bedroom homes that operate much like a hotel. And so if you stay in one of those homes, you are effectively a member in residence at the club. So it's a really nice destination. It has this feel of a private club, but it has the energy that you get with the boutique hospitality operation as part of it. You mentioned Hyatt. We brought in Destination Hotels and Resorts about a little over 2 years ago to manage our lodging operation. So the club, operate the amenities such as golf, spa, dining, pools, and things like that. And then Destination operates the hospitality operation. So they maintain the properties, they check people in, they provide all the housekeeping, they do all the marketing and servicing of our lodge guests in the home. And shortly after our arrangement with Destination is when Hyatt acquired that company as part of the Two Roads acquisition a couple years ago. And so that's been super for us. It's a great partnership. They brought a lot of awareness to Kukui'ula, and we're a unique product within the Hyatt product offering because it's different. The place lives much different than a typical 5-star hotel. We have 5-star amenities, but they're shared by relatively few people because really at its core, it's a private club.
And it's really, I'm sorry.
It's 1,000 acres. And I mentioned that we got started in 2006 or 7 and got off to a slow start, as you might imagine. Well, actually it was a very quick start and then ran into the recession. And so the club actually opened in 2010. The golf course and the clubhouse and all the amenities were built during the heart of the recession. And then really took a while to get get its feet underneath it. But in the last 5 years, we've really found our footing, and the change with Two Roads and Destination and Hyatt has been really good for the property. And now we have about 250 members. So a member represents a family that has purchased property here. And so now the club is dynamic and active and fun. And then the lodging program has really found a following, and it's just a really nice place to be.
Now, when you see from the hotel pool within the property, so you have residential living for people that live there all year round, and you have those that come on vacation. Is that correct?
Right. So as I mentioned, it's a resort community, and so we will ultimately have as many as 850 homes and members. We're at about we have about 125 homes complete as of now, but they're predominantly vacation homes, and now we have about 25 or 30 families that live here full time, and we've seen that grow in the past few months. We had a number of families who would come for 3 or 4 months, certainly the winter months, and many of them just stayed because they didn't want to return to the mainland. And then we had a number of families who've been contemplating buying a home here, pardon me, and they left end of February, early March, and then they returned, came back, bought a home, and they put their kids in school here, and they've chosen to make this their home. And I think the virus, the pandemic, made people stop and think about where they're living and how they're living their life, and they moved over here full time. So it's been an interesting transition the last few months.
And when you come to social distancing and all these things we're talking about, this is, I would say, it's the ideal situation, because this is a fairly large development. You stay in independent homes, and you can really live your own life within the property, right?
Oh, I mean, we're fortunate. It's an ideal arrangement for both visitors and our members, because good design in Hawaii is all about um, blurring that boundary between the indoors and the outdoors, and having the home spill out into the garden, and then also opening up the home to natural ventilation, because we try to minimize air conditioning and open up the home to the trade winds. And so um, all of our accommodations are in private homes, so you're not having to go up an elevator or walk down a hallway. And it gives someone staying in one of those homes a kitchen and a living area and a back patio. Some of them have their own pool, and so it's really easy for people to isolate within their own family and their own group. And then all of the club facilities have extensive outdoor spaces, so that's really worked to our advantage. So most of our dining is outdoors under covered roof or poolside. Even our spa fitness room, our spa treatment rooms open to the outdoors. So we open up the sliding doors or the patio doors, and so we can get the airflow, which is really what folks are looking for now. I think the more natural outdoor air circulation we can generate, the more comfortable people are. And so, our fitness center is largely open air, and dining, of course, the pool, golf, and then we have an extensive trail network for walking and biking. So the things that people come to Kukui'ula for are outdoor recreation, and the dining and fitness are really pretty comfortable because you're mostly outdoors. And I think it took us a while to figure out how we would deal with spa treatments, but they now have that figured out, and the spa treatment staff has gotten comfortable with protecting themselves and developed some protocols for keeping the space extra clean, and then cleaning between treatments. So I think our facility is just, we're lucky that it turned out this way, but the facility is terrific for getting people to feel comfortable and not be cooped up indoors.
Did you see an increase in the length of stays? I know properties like this in the Caribbean, in Barbados, we did an interview not too long ago. There was a focus on getting people to come and work from home or from their home away from home with good internet access. Many people can work from anywhere. Do you see such a trend in your facility?
So we're just getting started seeing the patterns with our visitors. For our members, that has certainly been the case. They've come and set up shop so that they're staying longer. And as I mentioned, many of them just didn't return to the mainland for the summer when they otherwise might have. But it's really only been in the last month that people could get here without having to endure the 14-day quarantine. And many of our people just couldn't or wouldn't do that. So with what we're seeing on the books now, the bookings are for longer periods of time. Our average length of stay historically was 7.7 days, and we're seeing people now book for 2, 3, 4 weeks at a time. And I think it's the people that we're seeing now in the early stage of the travel recovery. They're people that have a long affinity for Hawaii, a long-term affinity for Hawaii. It's not the traveler who's thinking, it's a once-in-a-lifetime trip to Hawaii. That's just not who we see. They're people that have a long-term connection to the South Shore or Kauai or Maui or the Big Island, and so now they're really they've been yearning to come back, and now they have the opportunity to do so. And so length of stay certainly is extending. And then we've always been popular with people looking for family reunion trips. They'll rent 2 or 3 cottages or 2 or 3 homes and gather here, whether it's for a holiday or a family reunion or somebody's birthday or something like that. And we're seeing more and more of that now, that people are traveling in packs. And so that's happening even more so now.
When I looked at the Hyatt website, and I know you're part of the Hyatt group, I saw your villas are starting from about $1,230 a night. I didn't find any long-term rates. It's all per night. Is this something maybe what is in the making, or are there other options for people who wanted to stay a few months, or you just strictly sell day by day?
So we haven't had we haven't developed a plan for long-time visitation that is in our lodging product, our club lodge product, if you will. Interestingly, there are homes in the community that can be rented for long-term, and we do see some people do that, but it typically does not include access to the club facilities, the resort amenities. But those homes rent quite well. People are looking for a home that has, say, 3, 4 bedrooms and a pool, then they're not able to use the golf course and the clubhouse and the dining and such. But they are coming really because they want to be on the South Shore of Kauai. But it is something that we're going to need to deal with. We've seen some people come to the island and want to stay for 3, 4, 5 months at a time. But remember, these homes are all owned by families. And so most of them aren't inclined to give up their home for an extended period of time, because the reason they buy the home here is they want the flexibility and the ease of coming and dropping in when they want, or having their kids or friends come use the property. So we haven't got that figured out just yet, how we would accommodate long-term rentals in that operation, but it's something we certainly will have to think about.
Now, when you look at the island of Kauai and the reopening of the state of Hawaii, there have been some changes. Before, everyone visiting our state during the height of the corona crisis needed to go into quarantine for 2 weeks after they arrived. And then it was changed on October 15th, when the state government developed a pre-testing system where visitors or future visitors can get or have to get within 3 days of arrival in the state of Hawaii at approved pharmacies and drugstores across the nation. We also recently, just last week, opened up to Japanese travelers with a similar system. The differences between the Japanese and the American visitors, Japanese, after they return home, they still are facing 2 weeks quarantine in their own in their home destination, what of course makes it a little bit of a challenge. And I know Governor Ige is working very hard on a solution. Now, when it comes to the island of Kauai, things have worked a little bit different. I know people are well more aware, have always been well more aware of environmental issues, health issues. There had been protests not too long ago in Hanalei on Kauai's North Shore, and people are very concerned about the situation bringing the virus in. So the mayor in Kauai, as far as I know, also wanted to require a second test within 7 days of the first test. That was then, I think, not approved by the governor. So where do we stand? How do people travel to Kauai right now?
It's been an interesting several months. And as you know, there was a goal of opening the state up to pre-travel testing on August 1st. And they weren't able to pull it off because they couldn't organize the infrastructure of testing and all of the controls and monitoring and so on. So, it's been really interesting here on Kauai because we've been so insulated from the effects of the virus. I mean, it's been extraordinarily safe here. I think Mayor Kawakami has done an extraordinary job of protecting the people and basically they're going through the process of closing us down. And the challenge, of course, is reopening safely. But because we've been so insulated from the effects of the virus, we haven't had to adapt in the same way. And so it's a little concerning now. And I know a lot of people on island are very concerned. And some of that is just based on not knowing how people on the mainland have adjusted, or even Honolulu, how folks there have had to adjust because it's been much more present. And so we've had the luxury of being relaxed and comfortable that you're not exposed to the same degree. And so we haven't had to do that. Having said that, I think, the mayor recognizes that we can't continue this lockdown indefinitely, that small business owners on the island are really struggling, and there are very few hotels open, which then cascades down to all the employees that are out of work, and then the restaurants, and any number of restaurants have closed and many aren't reopening. So there's this economic tragedy going on that we need to ameliorate. And so you may know that Mayor Kawakami pushed to have Kauai approved for what they call bubble resorts.
Yes.
And that was issued as to be effective October 1st. And Kukuyula was selected as one of the first of two. And the premise is that people could have a wearable device that connected to their phone, and we established a geo perimeter. And as long as people came and stayed within the property, they called it an enhanced movement quarantine. And we concluded that we would require people to get tested before coming from the mainland and participating in this program. But we were prepared for that, and actually did run our bubble for a couple of weeks. And then just about the time that was announced and approved is when the state ultimately decided that they need to move forward. And it's been challenging for Mayor Kawakami because he has to get approval for these things from the state. And I think the state rightly wants to have some consistency across the various islands so that consumers aren't confused. And frankly, they are. I think this opening has been challenging. People, there's a lot of confusion about the testing and they call them trusted travel partners. So it gets better every day, but now the testing is more available. People living in rural areas coming to Hawaii are having a hard time getting the test. So there's a fair amount of stress that travelers endure to get here. Did they get the right test in the right location? You have to do it within 72 hours. What happens if my flight's delayed? I mean, traveling is stressful enough as it is, and then you add this layer. My wife is returning from the mainland today, and she's worried if she's going to get her positive test in time, and what happens if I don't? Pardon me. And you know, people coming from LA, San Francisco, Seattle, those markets have plenty of testing resources available. But if you're coming from Salt Lake City or Phoenix or Denver, they're not as well equipped. So they're dealing with some adjustments and growing pains. But I will tell you that once you get through that, once you get through the air and get through the airport, and people are astonished. They arrive and there's the National Guard standing there to ensure that they've filled out their form, and it's a little bit alarming. But once you're here, it's wonderful. And I will say the past several months have been surreal at some level because we were so isolated. It felt like the 70s here. The beaches were empty, the roads were empty, and you know, it was special. So when you see these protests, partly it's because people had this window into the island to ourselves. And there's a lot of people who don't want to give that up. They want that feeling that, you know, this of having the island to ourselves, but there's this large segment of the population that needs to get back to work. And more importantly, you know, at the root of Hawaii's culture, this hospitality, ho'okipa, you know, our people want to get back to work because it's really what they do. They have this kind of desire to care for people. And I know that they enjoyed a couple of months off there for a while. And I understand, you know, people were, you know, going to the beach and they're going spearfishing and doing their things. And there were very few people in the waves. But now people have a desire to get back to work.
And so, I think it definitely stops our discussion on over tourism and the discussion also in Kauai during the super ferry times.
Yeah.
And, so it's moving forward. But how technically does it work right now? And I'm confused. And I live in Hawaii, but I know there are tests necessary to even fly between some islands, and there's no test necessary to fly between other islands. So if someone comes into Honolulu, can they easily transfer to Kauai, or is there another test required, or is it probably they should fly directly to Kauai? What flights are operating directly to Lihue? What's the best way to get to the island of Kauai?
Well, I suppose it depends on where you're originating from, but there are direct flights into Lihue from Seattle, San Francisco. I don't believe Oakland has returned yet, but there's a direct from LA on Delta. I think San Francisco is United, and there may even be a flight. Alaska may have restarted its flight from San Diego. And what we have found is that the screening process is easier if you fly directly into Lihue. If you fly through Honolulu, you get screened there, and then you transfer over on Hawaiian most likely. Southwest has service now. You then get screened again. And when I say screened, there is a form that you have to load onto your phone, and you fill out information about yourself and your recent health history. And then as soon as you received your test results, you can upload that to this form on your phone. And so that's all available on the state travel site. There's some really good links. Health.hawaii.gov has links to all of the safe travels programs. And so you have to fill out this form. The test has to be from what they call a trusted travel partner. It's not just any test, it's the NAAT test, and it has to be from one of these specific providers. And I think there's certainly been confusion about that people have gotten the NAAT test, but not from one of the trusted providers. And so that's something to watch out for. But like I say, that's all getting better every day, and they're improving the testing. That United Airlines has something in the airport in San Francisco. There's a number of facilities. I think Alaska Airlines has something in the airport in Seattle, and Hawaiian Airlines has a facility. I think it's outside of LAX, but right adjacent to LAX, and they provide the quick test. So with a little bit of research on the HTA site, you can learn where to get the test. And then, but if you can fly directly into Kauai, you're not going to have to get kind of processed twice. So to go inter-island, as my understanding is that for people to go to Honolulu, you don't have to be tested inter-island, right? That's not to say from the mainland, but if you're coming from Kauai or Maui or Big Island, you can go to Honolulu and not be tested. But when you come home, you have to be tested. Now, I believe if someone travels from Maui to Kauai, they have to be tested. And there are other providers that you have to have within the 3 days of travel. And one of my, a number of our employees have gone to Honolulu for medical checkups or certain things like that, or dealing with immigration or whatever. And so they can go over, but then to return, they have to take the test, which means they get the test over there, and then they come back with that test on their phone, so they get processed. So, the state is figuring it out. And
Yes.
The wonderful thing about Hawaii is this culture is so open, and these extended families, the aunties and uncles and these families are so extended, right? You go to the beach and on the weekend and you'll see these tents of 3, 4, 5 families. And so I think that gives the elected officials or the concern that this comes in and one person in the family is infected, and now all of a sudden the whole family is infected, because it's just they're sharing food, they're playing music, they're bouncing babies on their knee. And like I say, it's one of the really great things about the local culture, but it means that they're really vulnerable. So I think they've been right to protect the people here. And so it's been complicated transition, but it's getting better every day.
Yeah, no, and I have to agree with this. I mean, living here myself for more than 33 years now in this state, we criticize our government a lot, and I think lots of this is rightfully. But I think the situation we're going through right now, this kind of emergencies, we are really serving an example, not only in the United States, but also globally in the way we have handled this virus. When you look around in the rest of our country, numbers are skyrocketing. They're scary. And we're still keeping our state fairly safe. And that, of course, takes a lot of planning. It also takes a lot of discipline. And I think the fear we have with our visitors many times is that we need to educate our visitors before they come here. So they're prepared what is expected from them and how they could really enjoy their stay here in our state, and at the same time stay protected and also protect us, the people who live here. And we're making progress. I agree with you. I witnessed the opening of the testing facility at Honolulu International Airport, what will be used a lot for inter-island travelers. And I got a test myself. It was very easy. It took 5 minutes. But of course, I was there with the mayor, so there was no line. But with no line, it took really just 5 minutes, and I had an email 4 hours later telling me that my test was negative. What is good to know, regardless. And yes, we are making progress, but it is a situation we need to stay on top every day. We cannot let our guards down in going through this. And many people have feared with the opening of tourism, our numbers would increase dramatically. Now they have increased a little bit, but they haven't increased dramatically. And when they increased, it's really doesn't seem to go back to the increased number of visitors. It goes back to other clusters, family situations like you explained. So there's so many factors, but overall, I don't know if you agree with me, traveling to Hawaii can be a safe and rewarding and a very pleasant experience. Can it not?
Absolutely. I think that I traveled to the mainland in August. We have a new grandbaby, and I hadn't met her yet, and so I felt I had to go. So I went, and when I first got on the plane, it was the first time I'd flown in 6 months, and I was on edge and really, really guarded. And then got through, and I got to LAX, and I was, kind of walking around, and I was on high alert. And then after a few moments, I looked around, and people had adjusted, and then, I think it gave me a sense that, okay, people on the mainland have been living this with longer, and they've had to adapt. And so it made me, I got to see how people had adjusted there. But certainly it's, with all the, and we've learned so much more about this thing in the past few months, but I think you can fly safely as long as you protect yourself. And I was really impressed by Delta Airlines and how they took care of me, and they ensured that people were wearing the masks, and they did a terrific job. And so, we hear, I think once people get here, I think that they get the positive test, or the negative test rather, and then get here, we are asking people to voluntarily take a test 3 days after they arrive. And some folks are doing it and some are not. And I think the number of people who've tested positive after coming is really quite low. So for the most part, the testing protocols are filtering out and keeping us as safe. But once you get here, it's pretty darn nice. And I was in much more heightened state of alert when I was on the mainland than here. Having said that, doesn't mean that we're allowing people on property to take off their mask and parade around. Our primary concern at this point, aside from keeping members and guests safe, we need to make the staff comfortable that they're not taking an unreasonable risk, because so many of our staff live with their parents or with their kids and grandparents. However, we need to make them feel safe so that they're not taking an unreasonable risk that exposes their family. And the club is funny. There's this warmth that the people have. They greet everyone with a hug, and it's a little bit alarming for some people, but we've had to discontinue that, obviously. So people are adjusting, but it is the staff knows the members, they get to know the guests. Because it's a small hospitality component, we're not dealing with a 250-room hotel of transients turning over every 5 days. It's a very small group, and so it's very intimate and personal, and so we're having to learn how to be careful and safe, but still have that friendliness and the warmth that people come for. So that's been challenging. But I must say that once you get here, it's pretty darn nice. My daughter lives in Seattle. She was here about 10 days ago, and she said it's kind of the first time in 6 or 8 months she's really been able to just kind of relax and catch her breath.
What are the changes in the hotel operation? I know yours is it's very boutique, but you also have the Grand Hyatt, you said, on your property. Well, what are the changes in regards to the operation? Like, do you still get daily your room cleaned every day? How are the rooms cleaned? Is it any different from what it was last year? What about buffets? Are buffets still there? Breakfast buffets? Or I heard breakfast buffets are a thing of the past. What should people expect if they stay in a hotel these days?
So first, one point of clarification: the Grand Hyatt is up the road a couple miles.
Okay.
But we made some changes at the club that are, certainly the cleaning protocols have been changed and intensified around all of our facilities. If someone, after a table clears in the dining room, we spray it down. We, not only the tabletop, but the chairs, so that there isn't any transmission that way. Staff obviously wearing masks. We have sanitizing stations at every point of entry into the main clubhouse building, and we insist that people wear a mask the moment they step on the porch until they're seated at the table. We've had to remove all of the bar stools from the bar so that people aren't sitting around the bar and congregating. And that's been hard for some to adjust to, because that's one of the great aspects of the club. We drop into the bar and get to meet folks and chat with the bartender. And so we've had to make that adjustment, but we have another patio and game room that is across the way. And so people tend to go over there, and they're spaced out. We have done away with all of our buffets. And, being a club, one of the great aspects of it are the big social events that we do. And obviously we can't do that now. So we've had to adjust to smaller events. They're all outdoors, so we can spread people out. We had a barbecue the other night, but it's outdoors. We have a fun event we do called Burgers, Brats, and Brews. And that brings people together, and we have to gently remind people to put their mask back on, thank you, unless they're seated at their table, and everyone is complying. But buffets are over for now, and our breakfast buffet is over. We actually haven't resumed our breakfast service yet. We'll be doing that next week. But we used to have a continental that was free every morning, and then included coffee and muffins and yogurt and berries and such. And we've had to discontinue that. Our fitness center, we now open all the doors and windows, so we're saving money on air conditioning now. But we've spaced all the equipment out, and there's spray bottles and hand towels. So one of the great side benefits of this is people are really diligent about cleaning up after themselves in the gym now. For years, we always wanted people to clean up after themselves in the gym. Now they're doing it. So that's been a nice change. We haven't yet restored all of our kind of group fitness classes, and we'll be doing that starting next week and moving those outdoors. We have a nice yoga program, and we've had to restrict class size. And then we've been doing some of those at a remote area we call the Sunset Deck, which is a covered lanai up in a garden with a great view. And we'll do yoga up there. And historically, we'd have 12 or 15 people there, and now we'll limit it to 6 or 8. And then people can do it on Zoom. And so some of our members are participating in these fitness classes from the mainland. So I think some of the other things that we've done, in terms of housekeeping in the homes, we have reduced the frequency. We only do housekeeping every 3 days unless someone asks for more, in which case we'll up that. But the protocol is that we won't clean the home while the guest is in the home. So they need to either go out on the patio or vacate, which is, most of them are out doing something, going to the beach, going to the pool, playing golf, something like that. So that's not that hard. And I don't know what you call these things. The same wand that they use in airplanes that has some kind of sanitation capability. We've bought a few of those for the club. So every evening they go into the fitness center and the spa and our locker rooms and the dining room. And so they're cleaning those with that. So the golf carts, for the longest time, we would only have one person on a golf cart. Now you have to be of the same family group to be on the same golf cart. And then they're doing a really thorough clean. Historically, they didn't use a cleanser that was going to sanitize the golf cart. Now we sanitize. So, like I say, we're really fortunate that so much of what people come here to do is outdoors. So that simplifies it.
Now, guests that are still required to go through the quarantine, those that may have missed the pre-test, or some of the guests coming in maybe from a foreign country, who are changing planes and arriving and need to stay 2 weeks in quarantine. Do you have guests like this, and do you accept guests that have to do their quarantine in your property?
We do, and we've had a couple of instances where people took the wrong test, and so they had to deal with the quarantine. They provided a brief exemption for different tests, but that's that was only a couple days. So a couple things on that. We do have the bubble still. And so if we know in advance that someone is coming and they haven't gotten a negative test from one of the trusted providers, we have to register them with the county before they arrive that they're going to be participating in the bubble. And then when they come, we issue them the device. And then there's certain areas on the property where they can go, and we ask them not to go. We ask them not to come to the dining room, but we do food delivery. We'll do grocery delivery. They can go to, actually right now we're not permitted to go to the fitness center. But they can get out and walk and go to the, there's a pool that we've set aside for folks participating in the bubble. So we are able to accommodate them. And I think the thing that made that work is just the ability to get outside. It's one thing to be quarantined on property and have to stay there and not be able to get out and about. But our guests and members they lead a really active lifestyle. So the notion of staying stuck in their home for 2 weeks is pretty hard to bear. But if they can get out and go for a walk or go for a run or a bike ride or even go play golf, they're okay with it. And so that has worked well. We had one member come in July and he was training for a run, and he ran. He did his 4 miles or 5 mile run every day. Did 80 laps around his property. So that was asking a little much. But for the most part, now that we have this bubble, people can get outdoors and not be cooped up all day. So that seems to be working well.
I mean, I have to say, listening to you, your property, and you pronounce it Kukui'ula, or how do you pronounce it?
Kukui'ula.
Okay.
So it's if you know the kukui tree.
Right.
Kukui tree was known as the candle nut tree, right? And ula is red, I believe. And so it's a place name, historic place name. There were 3 traditional Hawaiian lighthouses, if you will. They were wayfinding places. And so there's Kukui Olono, which is up on the hill, and then there's Kukui Ula, and then there was one other, I believe it's over by the crater in Poipu, and they would kind of mash the pulp. It's like a chestnut, right? And they would mash that pulp into a paste and burn it like a candle, and that provided the sailing canoes with wayfinding for traveling at night along the South Shore. And so we have this historic site on property. I think it's called the Lama Kuhi Kuhi, which is where that lighthouse, if you will, where it was positioned. So it's named after that facility, and this Kukuyula Bay and Kukuyula Harbor is the kind of the heart of our property here.
Well, this was very interesting to learn, and this is so different from what we heard before. And I can imagine, if it wasn't for the $1,300 a night tag, you probably would have over tourism back very soon in Kauai. Wonderful information, and it looks like it's a real fantastic place to get away from everything, get away from the Corona scare, and it's a safe destination to travel to, and it looks like it's just beautiful. Now, anyone who wanted to get more information on your property, would they just go to hyatt.com, because that's how I found you, or is there another outlet should they call you, or how should people get more information who are interested in booking you, or maybe travel agents that want to book you for their clients and so forth?
Sure, and we work with travel agents. That's been a new thing for us in the past 2 years with Destination. And so, but probably the best opportunity to learn about the property is at kukuiula.com. That's KUKUIULA.com, kukuiula.com. And there's information about the club and the amenities and the surrounding area. And one of the neat things about this place I mentioned earlier, we're part of the Poipu Kaloa community, and People come to Kauai because they want to experience the island. They don't come here to just stay at the resort and not leave. They don't come to sit by the pool and drink a Mai Tai and then chill. People come here because they want to experience Kauai. So most of our members and guests, they rent a Jeep, they go tootle around, they go to the North Shore, they go to Holy Holly Beach, or they go to Kokei State Park to see Waimea Canyon. And so anyway, you can learn a lot about the region and the island. And people say that Kauai is their favorite island, and you get it pretty quick. You get off the airplane and you look and see the mountains and the green, lush green vegetation. Kauai is what people have in their mind. I think you referenced it earlier, but when people come to Kauai, it kind of fits their vision of what Hawaii should be. It's rural and wonderful, lots of small little towns. And so Kikuyu ends up being a great base camp for experiencing the island, and lots of great outdoor recreation, whether it's surfing, stand-up paddling, canoe paddling, kayaking, fishing, hiking, paddling on the rivers. It's a great spot.
I can definitely agree with this. I've visited your island many times, and it's really a place to rest and relax. I know I brought my parents from Germany many years ago. We spent Christmas actually at the Grand Hyatt, not too far from you, you said, and it was a wonderful experience for everyone. And it's definitely the garden island of the world, and it's the place to go if you want to get away from everything. And it looks like property is the place to stay if you want to get away from everything without missing all the 5-star amenities at the same time. Richard, if there's anything else you wanted to add.
I really appreciate the time, and hopefully we'll see you over here before too long.
Thank you very much, and stay safe and continue doing a wonderful job for our industry, and hopefully you see a lot of our listeners and our readers booking your property soon. Thank you. Mahalo.
Thank you.
안녕하세요. 문화체육관광부 장관
Good evening, ladies and
차경호입니다.
gentlemen. I am
실내
Park
문제에
Min-gu, Minister of the
발빠른
Ministry
해답을
of Culture,
제시해왔던
Tourism and
아시안
Sports.
리더십
I
컨퍼런스가
would like to express my gratitude to the organizer for hosting this auspicious conference. With the protracted COVID-19, the whole world is now suffering a lot, especially the contact person-to-person movement have been restricted, and that has a severe blow to the tourism industry, and Korea is not an exception. Korea has been a model case for the virus containment and also the virus responses. However, we were not able to avoid the sufferings inflicted on the tourism industry. The whole world is now moving to a new normal. And the UNWTO, if you look at the Turbulence Declaration, this actually shows the future for the tourism industry and where it should be headed to. In order to have a sustainable tourism, the technology must be tapped in actively, and so that we can adapt to the new realities. And we have to have a strong support for the tourism industry. That was the core content of the declaration. Keeping abreast with this trend, our ministry has actively adopted the new technologies, especially the adoption of the new technology and digital technologies, will secure the safety of passengers. At the same time, develop the pleasure for the tourists to enjoy by developing a lot of interesting content. The ministry will continue to keep pace with the global changes so that the tourism industry can take leadership in the post-COVID world. Crisis can be turned into an opportunity for progress and innovation. And in this sense, I believe that the ASEAN Leadership Conference will also give us a guiding light for us to move, especially the Amport. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the executives of the Board, and your passionate discussion will give a new solution to the tourism industry. I sincerely wish a big success. Thank you very much.
Yeah, the speaker is on because from our houses we can listen a lot of different noises.
Oh,
What do you think? Yes.
잡음이 많다 그러는데 막 여러 얘기가
It's
들린다
better if
그러네요.
we are all mute and only its speaker and the president will have the microphone on.
Oh, okay. Look, do you hear me clearly?
You'll get feedback.
Did you hear what
Yes,
my
we do.
minister said? Will you be able to listen to my minister?
No.
Oh, minister
What
came
is-
on and said congratulatory remarks. Mr. Park,
No,
Minister Park.
we didn't hear. We didn't
You
hear.
didn't hear? 그 박 장관님 얘기한 거 못 들었다 그러시는데. 그냥 넘어가요? 박 장관님 얘기한 거 들으는 게 중요한 거 한데 이분들은. Minister Park, Minister of Sports and Tourism and Culture, he was here, and he delivered congratulatory remarks for us. Today is a very special day. I thank you very much for joining this webinar. As you know, some of you have been in Korea already and be a part of Joseon daily newspaper we call Joseon Ilbo. It is 100th anniversary, and it's very rare to run into newspaper with 100 years of history, especially in Korea. So, and then they created what they call ALC, Asian Leadership Conference, since 2005. So this has been very, very popular seminar for me. But then this year, remember, you are all invited for the centennial event. But because of coronavirus epidemic situation, they turned this webinar. That's what Director Che was saying. Next year, we'll all see face to face. So thank you. And I would like to, before I handed microphone over to Mr. Philippe Francois, I am going to introduce very briefly who we are, okay? And I'm going to go to, on the left, I will go to Mr. Kwon Young-se. He's the mayor of Andong. Andong 시장님 인사하세요. Okay, that's him. And then down, Dr. Frangelli, Francisco Frangelli, we all know him. Are you're okay? Everything all right, Dr. Frangelli? Okay. And then Mario.
I'm very pleased to meet Mr. Mayor again.
저 시장님 만나봐서 다시 만나서 아주 좋답니다. And then we go to Mario. He's
권영세입니다.
yeah.
우리 코로나19로 지구촌 모두가 어려움을 겪고 있는데 코로나 시대 글로벌 관광의 새로운 가치를 찾기 위한 언포트 웨비나에 전적으로 성과 지휘를 보냅니다.
네, 시장님. 그까지만 말씀하시고 이분들 토론하고 그리고 이제 시장님이 이제 말씀하시는
그래요.
그렇게
예.
하시죠. Okay, thank you. And then Mario is from Thailand, Bangkok. Mario Hardy, president of PATA. And then we go to Dr. Rifai, Taleb Rifai, former Secretary General of UNWTO. So we have two former Secretary General of UNWTO, right? Frangelli and Rifai,
Right.
Dr. Rifai. And then I go to Minister Edmund Bartlett, Minister of Tourism of Jamaica. And then I go, Daniela, you are with the, you're coming from Madrid, right? With the skull. I don't hear you. Okay, very good. And then Elena, you're coming from Belgium, right? The member of European Parliament. Okay, I think I've said enough, and I'm going to hand over microphone to Philippe Francois, and he's going to continue. He's going to have the discussion with all of you, and about 50 minutes later, we're going to invite a mayor of Andong, and then we'll discuss about Andong specifically. All right? It's all yours, Mr. President.
Thank you so much, Madam Du. It's a pleasure. It's an honor to be with you. Unfortunately, it's not my pleasure to be with you really physically in Korea. but it's our pleasure to participate to this important LAC conference in your country. And I do hope that within next months, it will be our pleasure all together to come physically to your beautiful country. So today we are going to talk about tourism, the industry of tourism. And obviously, we are in a terrible crisis. And we are going to consider this crisis, but we will consider what's going to happen after this crisis, because we know that it's just a period of time. Obviously, we will blow up this virus, and the life will restart, and the tourism life will restart. How and with who? And what about the markets? What about the investments? And we are going to consider this. And I'm talking to you as the president of AMFIT, but as well as international tourism expert. You see, I am coming from a hotel school, and I studied as a coffee waiter and coffee chef. Like it's very often it happens in our profession. And I made my way up, and I started to drive hotels. And one day, as I'm always curious, still now I'm always curious, and I decided to create my company of consultancy service, but worldwide. And once it happened that I opened a first hotel school, a business school in hospitality management. And then I created 2, 3, 4, 5, and I've been very honored, Dr. Rifai, to very actively participate to the renovation of the National Hotel School of Jordan. That was 20 or more years ago. And I did that in about 15 countries of the world. So I'm traveling a lot, and I'm learning always from one country to the other. So this is why I started to be active in the International Worldwide Association of Education and Training in Tourism and Hospitality, created 51 years ago by UNWTO. And now we gather approximately a little bit more than 700 members from 65 countries. And all these people and organizations are focused on human in tourism. Human, I mean training, education, but as well employment and careers. And this is why hospitality groups or organizations like yours or governments are joining us in order to concentrate and to consider human in tourism. So these days are quite terrible with the crisis, and just two figures that we believe nowadays, and I'm talking to the people who are watching it and who are not so aware of tourism in this conference. And so we think that our economy currently is losing approximately 1,000 billion of euros. That's an important amount of money, and the crisis is not finished. And we believe that we are going to relaunch the whole system, but we are going to consider this. How is this going to happen? Obviously, there are investments, obviously there are employment and jobs, and obviously we are all in a big trouble, not knowing if our destination in Caribbean, in Asia, in Africa, in Europe, in Americas, how we are going to relaunch this this new industry. So first of all, I'd like to perhaps hand the micro to Honorable Edmund Bartlett. Mr. Bartlett, you are chairing the Ministry of Tourism of Jamaica. You have been chairing as well. I remember that the board of affiliated members of UNWTO. And could you tell us not only what the situation in Caribbean and more specifically in Jamaica, but your advices how to relaunch tourism within the next months?
Well, thank you very much, Felipe, Madam Doe, and my fellow panelists, very distinguished panelists. And good morning from the Caribbean in Jamaica. And I suspect good afternoon or perhaps good evening even to other participants from across the globe. It's really my pleasure to share this morning or whatever time of day it is with you all, and particularly to focus a little bit on the subject of the practical solutions for travel and tourism in the post-COVID era. Coming from where I am as Minister of Tourism in Jamaica, and particularly from the Caribbean, which is the most tourism-dependent region on earth. The IDB just came out with a report that suggested there are 166 countries that are tourism-dependent. And of that, the Caribbean has 11 of the top 20, and Jamaica is number 17. So what it means is that this part of the world relies for its economic well-being almost exclusively from tourism. In some of our countries, we have dependence of up to 95% of GDP. In our case in Jamaica, it's 34%. Jobs are created by tourism more than any other industry. In fact, 1 in 5 of all the jobs, just about 2.1 million jobs in the Caribbean are created from tourism. The foreign exchange that tourism generates represents more than 50% of the total foreign exchange generated. And the FDIs represent more than 60%. So what we're seeing then is that whether it is that we are feeling a desire for the hospitality industry or not, the reality is that our life is the hospitality industry. So I think you can imagine the dislocation in the region. You can imagine the level of even confusion in several of the smaller island territories when jobs just are leaving people. In the case of Jamaica here, we lost 150,000 jobs directly from tourism within the first 3 months of the pandemic. We're slowly building back, and that's a good sign. But the truth is that the economic situation in the region is perilous until we get back tourism. So having said that by way of a picture as to where we are at the moment, tourism is resilient, and so are we. We're a very resilient people in the Caribbean, and we insist that we're not going to sit back and allow COVID to overtake us fully. We're fighting back, and we're fighting hard. We've developed all the necessary protocols that science requires. We're managing through both science and watching our numbers, and we're pivoting, we're changing, we're adjusting. We are reinventing and refashioning and reimagining tourism. And so we start to look at what tourism is going to be like. How are we going to move forward? What are going to be the new modes of behavior? How are we going to develop sustainability, adaptability, and how are we going to be able to enable real resilience to cause us to bounce back and bounce back fast? The first thing that we believe is going to happen, Felipe, Madam Doe, is that a new demographic is emerging. The psychographic profiles of the market are changing, and we are seeing the focus will be heavily on destination assurance. The focus for the future is going to be on travel to locations, destinations that have a strong health security arrangement, where people are going to feel comfortable that in leaving their homes and traveling to far distances or even nearby, they are going to be safe. They are going to be secure, and they are going to be able to return to their homelands in good form. So we've thought through all of this, and we looked at, first of all, how do you enable such an arrangement to be made? In Jamaica, we established a resilience corridor. And this corridor is a geographical area. Unfortunately for us, we ended up with God's gift of a coastal area with a single highway that runs from east to west of the island. And so 85% of the touristic values of the destination are within that space. And so we were able to develop capacity within that space for COVID compliance. We ensured that all the entities were COVID compliant. We certified them to indicate that they were suitable for having and receiving guests. Within that corridor, all the entertainment and most of the physical attributes, as well as the cultural assets of the tourism industry, are located. And we were able to then develop a technical end-to-end, digital end-to-end entry requirement to minimize the impact of human contact when visitors come through the airport. And that enabled us to have a seamlessness and enable a movement of traffic that was fairly smooth. So we brought in visitors, we took them into a resilient corridor, and we enabled a movement within that corridor that provided for safety. And the third critical area that we looked at was an insurance cover. We developed a program called Jamaica Cares. And Jamaica Cares really is an end-to-end health security arrangement that provides insurance protection for the traveler from they leave their home, wherever they are, through the airports, on the flight, into the destination. And while they are here, if they are sick, if any problem happens with them by way of any issues of any disaster, whatever, they are covered and they are able to be repatriated to their homes. Those costs would have been taken care of by them by way of the insurance cover before they arrive in the destination. I'm making that detailed point because I think that small island states such as ours do have a problem of resources to deal with COVID management. And when we have to bring visitors in on top of the local population that we have to manage this process, it is a huge drain on the fiscal resources of the country. So tourism in this way is helping to manage the pandemic in countries like ours. And it is enabling a better appreciation of the joint and collective responsibilities that all of us have in managing this pandemic overall. So we see that there is going to be initially a change in the travel patterns of people. I think that initially domestic tourism is going to play a big role, that more people are going to be exploring their local cultural assets and enjoying hotel facilities at home at prices that no doubt are very competitive. And then but I want to make the point, Felipe, that the small countries such as ours that have the issue of scale and also low density will have a difficulty to make domestic tourism a driving force for recovery, because we just don't have the critical mass to do that. So for small countries such as ours, it will be an initial challenge. But for big countries, you know, like Korea, like China, you know, like the UK and certainly the United States, this will be a desired and preferred path for a beginning. Airlines are going to have to look at how to reconfigure. We are going to see perhaps a greater call for participation by destinations with airline costs to enable, you know, travel to function effectively. We are seeing already where there is a lot of right sizing, downsizing, and even capsizing of some of the airlines. Cruise tourism is going to be another critical area that we have to look to for early recovery. At the moment, they're very challenged. In our area, the CDC has issued their sail order, but with a lot of conditions. And the cruise lines are being very careful too, that the protocols that they develop comport with the protocols of the destinations that they're going. And so they are being cautious about their own start. The indications are that they will begin early to go to their own little islands, and then later on to develop some competence and confidence to move into other destinations. We think also that there is going to be a change in the market thrust. We are going to see a greater reliance on digital marketing. We're going to, in fact, see a greater reliance on digital experiential tourism. And that's something that we have to consider. The whole notion of being together apart. How do we really make that a truly exciting feature? And I think that finally, tourism is going to lead the way because it has to. It is the most resilient of industries. It offers the best chance for quick convertibility. As the plane lands, it brings wealth. When the ship comes into the harbor, it brings wealth. And it's distributed almost immediately among the small and medium players. I want to close by talking a bit, if you will, about the small and medium players, because they are going to be the ones most impacted. Indeed, they are the ones most impacted at the moment by this pandemic. But the requirement to bring them back into the mainstream of tourism activity is critical, because they represent 80% of the tourism experiences of the world. But the harsh reality is that in the past, they only got 20% returned to them. We have to ensure that this tourism that we are resetting changes that and create a rebalance there, so that there is a greater availability of resources to these small and medium players, so that they can bounce back fast and provide the energy that tourism requires. I want to thank you for allowing me to express these few thoughts, and hopefully we could have further discussions on elements of them. Thank you.
Yeah, sure, Mr. Bartlett. Thank you so much, Mr. Minister, for this smart experience and what you're considering as the most important things for the future of tourism, such as the evolution of the market and the values of the market, as well as your very interesting program on Jamaica Cares. From the morning and Caribbean, let's go toward the midday in Europe, and we have the honor to have with us the former Minister of Tourism of Greece, Elena Kontoura. You are as well member of the European Parliament, and you are very committed, very focused as well on tourism and always on tourism. Thank you, Elena, to be with us. What are your considerations about the relaunching of tourism after this crisis?
First of all, thank you so much for the invitation, and I would like to congratulate the organizers as well as the distinguished speakers for their leadership and for their efforts to support the travel, tourism, and hospitality, especially throughout this unprecedented crisis. The ongoing pandemic calls for more cooperation, more coordinated responses, and more practical solutions until this crisis is over and beyond. During my term as Minister of Tourism of Greece, from 2015 to 2019, I dealt with several crises, including consecutive elections, the financial crisis, the imposition of capital controls, refugee issues, very saddening events regarding safety and security in the wider area, as well as natural disasters. already from 2015, I had launched our new national tourism strategy for establishing Greece as a 365-day destination. And along with a very targeted plan, we managed not only to surpass each crisis and safeguard tourism, but we achieved record-breaking numbers, arrivals, and revenues every year. Tourism for Greece became a catalyst for the economy recovery, and we accomplished to make Greece a champion, if you permit it to say, in Europe, and a leading example globally. The performance of tourism was great in all the measures, arrivals and revenues. We did so by strategically extending the summer season, increasing tourism in the winter season. We opened new dynamic source markets abroad and introduced new Greek destinations. We developed new thematic products based on unique, authentic experiences and sustainable growth. And by doing so, we attract a phenomenal number of new investments. But building resilience in tourism is non-stop effort. It depends on the comparative advantages of each area, whether Europe, the Mediterranean, or Asia, for example, and also on the extraordinary challenges and events that might occur. Crises for, I would say, of such scale require broader transnational, peripheral, and global cooperation, because no one can do it alone, not even the most powerful. The pandemic is still here, and in some areas, such as in Europe, we are already experiencing the second wave. Although we have encouraging news for the vaccine, we still have a long way to go. And until then, we have to learn to function every day in this new reality. The public authorities, but also businesses, working force, and consumers need to adjust. We cannot postpone to invest in prevention and safety. It's better to prevent and prepare than have to go through another quarantine. From my current position as a member of European Parliament and also coordinator of my group, my political group in the Transport and Tourism Committee, I have made several interventions to the European institutions for a concrete plan to protect and support tourism and travel as a top priority for the whole European Union. Don't forget that Europe is the first destination, and it's the 10% of the GDP tourism and more than 22 million jobs. So many of my proposals have been widely accepted and are included in the last two resolutions for tourism of the European Parliament in October 2019 and in June 2020. I have asked from the European Commission to establish common safety protocols for travel and tourism, accommodation, and for all modes of transportation. All travelers should be able to know at any given moment which rules apply. We must absolutely have mandatory tests, fast, reliable, and free of charge for citizens. And we should follow strictly the same set of recommendations for use of masks, hygiene measures, distances, so that we can contain the spread as much as possible. Dealing with the health crisis is not enough. It is equally important to deal with the impact of the economies and the society, and in sectors that were hit very hard. So it's a top priority to protect businesses and employment in tourism with state aid and adequate funding in all sectors and jobs related to tourism, hospitality, and accommodation. We cannot allow millions of jobs to be lost, or the most vulnerable business to bankrupt, to shut down, or to be bought, and unfair competition to prevail. Another proposal I submitted and was also adopted by the European Parliament is the creation of the first time of a European mechanism for crisis management in tourism, which will handle all future crises, whether it is about health, climate change, natural disasters, or safety. We have serious challenges ahead. Having in mind that tourism is a powerful accelerator for growth and the global agenda for sustainable development, as well as the European Green Deal, require big steps for its green and digital transition. As a service-based activity that depends on real interaction between people, it will always maintain the majority of jobs and relatively more than other sectors in the process of digitalization. But we need a strong transformation for tourism to remain competitive and safe. And now, with all the new technological advances, with innovation and artificial intelligence, we can make tourism and travel more safe and more seamless. The freedom of movement is really something wonderful that we have accomplished, and we cannot afford to lose it. Finally, we should focus on how to make the travel experience not only safer, but even greater. The global trend for alternative tourism and thematic experience of high added value has gained momentum. Both the public and the private sector should encourage and invest more in developing sustainable forms of tourism, such as ecotourism, agritourism, bicycle tourism, wellness tourism, and so much more. As we often say, tourism is all about the people, about their well-being and prosperity. From my current position as member of the European Parliament, I will continue to support ideas, cooperations, and action that maximize the benefits of tourism to the people. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Elena. Yes, focus to the people, focus to human, and focus to the students. And we are very, very honored in Europe to have Parliament people such as you, so motivated and dedicated to the real answers to the crisis. And yes, tourism must be more safe, more environment, and more secure. And thank you for what you said about the crisis management. That should be always taught in hotel school and universities. And we have the pleasure to have with us as well two major organizations, NGOs in the world of tourism. One of them is PATA, with Mario Ari as CEO of PATA. Mario is very well known in the tourism worldwide. Is a kind of a catalyst for development or responsible development for travel and tourism, and is driving his organization with always a sense of how to bring all the members a little bit more efficient and more responsible. I think PATA was created in 1951 with about 800 members. But first of all, Mario, could you introduce us yourself and your organization, and then perhaps to focus your concern about what kind of future could tourism be and propose and offers to the world in the next few months? What kind of future? Please, Mario.
Sure. Thank you, Philip. So for those of you who don't know, I'm Mario Hardy. I'm the CEO of the Pacific Asia Travel Association. And as Philip mentioned, PATA was founded in 1951 in Hawaii and relocated to Thailand, to Bangkok in 1998. Essentially because our founders actually thought that the growth of travel would actually be coming from Asia. And well, they were right, because this is actually the driving force of travel around the world is actually from this part of the world. The organization is a non-profit organization that brings together both public and private sector. And as Philip mentioned, we have over 800 members from both governments and the private sectors, from the smallest businesses, the SMEs, all the way to the largest corporations in travel and tourism around the world. Our mission is really to bring everybody together to look at the sustainable and responsible development of tourism. And over recent years, I think many of you probably already know that PATA has also actually brought together thousands and thousands of young students from around the world who have joined the organization, who are now part of the discussions with us on a daily basis. So enough said about PATA. I'd like to focus now, before I go into the solutions, maybe to put things in perspective for those of you who are not from the travel industry, to understand the sheer volume of the impact that this crisis is having on our sector. Just to give you a little bit of some numbers to keep in mind. The industry has actually reduced in terms of travel in comparison to last year for the same period by 97%. 97% down in travel compared to last year. It's of a scale that none of us could have ever imagined before. The amount of jobs impacted, the potential loss of jobs in the industry, according to Oxford Economics, is now up to 142 million potential job losses in the industry. The potential loss of revenue is $1.2 trillion in the sector. So we can all see, the numbers are really impressive. It's a huge impact. I can feel it. I live in Bangkok and I live in a tourist area, and I see many, many businesses are actually closed. We at PATA earlier in the year conducting some surveys with SME small businesses across the Asia Pacific region. Do you understand the challenges that we're facing at that time, which is April, which is already a long time ago? If you think back in April, already out of 500 businesses surveyed, 15% had closed their business permanently with no intentions of reopening in the sector moving forward. They had moved on to other businesses, other industries. 42% of these businesses indicated they had only money for 2 to 4 months, which means by now they're closed. 65% of these businesses had said they had no preparedness plan, crisis preparedness plans at all for any type of crisis. So they were not prepared for something of, certainly not for something of this scale. So as I mentioned, the numbers are impressive and the industry is seriously impacted. But I also want to make a point which is really important that Minister Bartlett mentioned before. When we talk about tourism, it goes beyond just the flights and hotels and tours and activities. Everyone is impacted. The people farming who are producing the food that the tourists will consume are impacted because there are no tourists at the moment. The taxi drivers, the entertainment, there are the people making crafts in the community in the villages, people looking after the national parks. The visitors who visit the national parks are the ones who actually pay for the maintenance of it, but there are none at the moment. So we do have, we do need to recover. We do need to move forward. And you may feel that I'm a little bit pessimistic and negative, and I'm not. I'm just painting the reality of that we're living in at the moment, with a word of encouragement that I do see a way forward. And the way forward is actually, it doesn't appear to be complicated, but we know it's actually not that easy. It is testing at departure, testing at arrival. It is tracing of the people visiting the country. It is the common pass or digital health passport that will actually show that you're either being tested, when you've been tested, by whom you've been tested, and also when the vaccine is available, who has been vaccinated and not. So we can keep track of it and we can gradually reopen. The gradual reopening is also the key. This is not your typical crisis that we had in the past that we, at a flick of a switch, we can say, okay, by tomorrow we can all go back to normal and travel again. This is not the reality. We have to, as Elena mentioned before, we have to learn to live with COVID-19. And then we need to actually seek a gradual reopening between countries that have a good handle on the cases in the respective destinations. So essentially, as we mentioned before, travel corridors, green corridors or bubbles, different places around the world call them differently, but are essentially bilateral agreements between two countries that agrees to reopen travel between the two of them because they feel that they actually have a good handle on the situations. They have good healthcare systems between the two countries. There's a good level of trust between the countries, not only between the governments, but also the citizens and residents of the respective countries. And also the obvious part, and I say obvious because here in Asia, we all do, wear your mask. we don't have an issue of wearing masks, certainly not in Thailand and across Asia, because before the crisis, we were wearing them already because of pollution, not because of COVID. So mandating that the wearing of masks was not an issue before, and is still not an issue. And for any visitors coming to Thailand, certainly, we do demand that people also wear their mask. Sanitizing, that's an obvious one also. So those are what I call the protocols. And Philippe and I had this discussion a little bit earlier today, what are protocols? These are actually the protocols that I was referring to that are required for a safe reopening of travel. And the safe reopening is definitely needed because of all the reasons I mentioned at the beginning. The numbers I've mentioned are actually affecting the economies of the respective countries, and are actually making the people who already had the difficulties in living before poorer than they were even before that. And if it continues for an extensive period of time, we're going to end up with some severe challenges in respective countries, not only economically, but socially also. So it is important we move forward. The path is already there. There are various countries around the world who have put these practices in place and are proven effective. Singapore, Hong Kong are just about to reopen. We have many other examples such as Greece and other countries that have actually put protocols that are actually effective. We need to embrace them. And I hope certainly here in Asia, where most of our borders are still closed, that our countries are listening today and are paying attention. And one last thing before I leave, Philippe, what I'd like to really, for anyone who actually is working from a government who's listening today, is we as a travel industry, what we wish to have from you is a plan. Give us a plan that says this is how we're going to reopen, when we're going to reopen, with which destination we will reopen, so that the businesses that work in the sector can prepare themselves. They can prepare their budgets for 2021. They can prepare their marketing plans. They can re-employ their staff when it's actually ready to reopen. But without a plan, we're all left in limbo and actually not with little hope as to what we're going to do in 2021 at the moment. So I'll leave it there, and I'm sure we'll come back with questions later. But thank you, Philippe.
Yeah, thank you, Mario. Very rich again, and I understand. Yes, the reopening of tourism will be and should be anyway. It will be gradual, and we need as well to plan this relaunch of tourism. Back from Asia to Europe with Daniela Otero. She's the CEO of Squall International. I've been a member of Squall International a long time ago, but it's still very important organization in our tourism industry. It's more than, I think, 14,000 members all over the world. Very important. And yourself, Daniela, you are from the strategy and of the industry, and now you are, I think, it's from 2016 in the tourism industry with management of Squall International. Would you please introduce yourself and your organization and tell us what are your solutions with your 14,000 members?
Thanks, Philippe and Madame Do. Yes, effectively, I am the CEO of Squall International. Squall International is a big travel and tourism professional organization with, like you say, 14,000 members and global presence in over 100 countries now. We are worldwide organization of travel and tourism operating since 1934. And I am working at the headquarters, which is based in south of Spain. So regards to everyone, and thank you for inviting me to participate in this space for reflection. We have here valuable contribution, data, and experiences of previous speaker. But I want to take, please, as mentioned by the Minister of Jamaica, one concept. I would like to focus now on a challenge facing us in the short and medium term in the industry, or the tourist industry, which is the process of adaptation to uncertainty. Before the pandemic, the numbers indicate that the majority of tourist company, around, like Edmund says, 80% were small and medium-sized businesses. And that around 30% of the total workforce in the sector was employed in companies with less 10 workers. So don't forget these numbers and this information. So the organization I represent, Scala International, include thousands and thousands of professionals from these small and medium companies. So our challenge now is to provide them with the necessary support and good information in the context of this uncertainty to help them face the crisis in the short and medium term. And it's a challenge, believe me. One of the points we are focused to convey them is to need to rethink, reinvent, or create a new business model to adapt to the new habit of consumers and social relations in the post-COVID era. Products, services, or markets might not respond to the same demands for which they were originally created. So the coronavirus did not change the rule of the game. It changed the game. And this is important to understand. And it is necessary to adapt to a new social, economic, and cultural reality. But the question here is, what now? Many of our members are already working on this stage. Faced with this scenario, we are receiving innovative contributions and new ideas to reinvent their business. And some entrepreneurs are already working to analyze the new reality in order to understand this change or the change, detect new trends, and reconvert their company. To achieve this transformation, government support and access to credit are crucial. And I know that today we have a lot of government represent here around these webinars. So government must focus on initiatives to provide immediate economic support to this group, which are particularly affected by the pandemic. So it is necessary to understand what is happening in order to accept and be able to change the reality of this situation. There are several examples of an intelligent and positive attitude in the face of challenging global moment. Not doubt, fresh air for all. So this crisis is also an exceptional opportunity to transform the relationship of tourism with nature, climate, and economy. The reconstruction of the sector also offers an opportunity to transform it with special attention on the effect on the destination visit and on creating more resilient communities and businesses with innovation, digitalization, sustainability, and cooperation. We now need to be prepared on how to address the challenges and create these new opportunities. And why not? Maybe at this stage we can do the things better. The war is not ending. We will survive this crisis as did many others before. More importantly, we will be more successful if we work together and collaborate and supporting each other. The proposals today, like you, Philip, mentioned, is to share ideas and practical solutions. So please don't shut focus on all the things we can't do right now and see what action we can take in the meantime. The first thing is not to focus only on the problems, but find a solution. And if we can find any solution at first, please, we will have to put on our glasses and look for more, and more. We are recommending that company take an in-depth look and in their business model. What works, wasn't work, why? In another word, use this time or that time to reinvent yourself. Something we know, an initiative that will create trends. In the future, there will be longer maybe trips where leisure and work will be combined as never before. Second, national and regional holidays with outdoor experience will predominate in a short-term travel preference. There will be a boom in sustainable tourism and their product. This is something that we have similar opinion today. Technologics will permit to offer consumers the tailor-made experience they are looking for. Travel transforms are improvised tool. Travel's platforms are improving the tools for creating itineraries and providing recommendation to each user's preference. Now, for example, some platforms have already incorporated the concept of safe travel to help the consumers find filters and validate health and safety information. So they feel safer with their future's travel choice. And at the end, innovation, new technology will help the companies to offer guests more customization, comfort, and control, even transforming the way guests interact with brand. We will have to live in a world where perhaps the only certain things is uncertainty. So in this concept, it is also our responsibility to transmit hope and positive attitude. No one has a miracle solution yet, but we must share good experience and knowledge. So we hope to be able to revive travel in a few months so that our industry can be restarted as soon as possible. So this was my message. I want to be positive in the middle of this big and unusual crisis. So thank you, Philip.
Thank you so much, Daniela. But we are all positive in one way, and we know that we will all together relaunch this great industry to even make a bigger industry than before. Probably a little bit different, but bigger industry. So we've got now a next 5 minutes in order to share opinions, on to have any questions. I don't know if people attending the conference are able to ask us any question. I don't know if this is possible. Ambassador Do, yes, is it possible or not?
I'm going to ask.
Or just between ourselves?
질문 할 수 있어요? 밖에서? 질문 안 들어와도 뭐 그냥 okay. They suggest we go on continuing discussion, and
yes.
We have. Oh, sorry. Okay. Sorry. I'm on micro. Mr. President, what they suggest is about 50 minutes have passed already since we started our in a webinar. So why don't we ask the mayor of Andong? Let me introduce the mayor of Andong, and he make his presentation. And then we're going to ask Dr. Frangeli and Dr. Rifai to make comment. And in that comment, I'm sure they'll include what they've heard earlier and give us some good advice. Is that okay? Good.
Thank you.
시장님 지금 준비되셨죠? Let me first of all introduce Mr. Kwon Young-se. He is mayor of Andong. And please, 시장님 시작하세요. Please, Mr. Mayor.
그래요. 예, 안녕하십니까. 대한민국 안동시장 권영세입니다.
Young-se Kwon, I am the mayor of Andong.
Do you hear translation? No translation?
Well, it is my great pleasure to...
You don't? You don't hear translation? Yes or no? No?
No.
Okay, then let me interpret what he says. 저기 시장님, 지금 동시통역이 안 되고
Mr. Mayor, the
있으니까
simultaneous
시장님이
interpretation is
말씀하시는
not
거를
being
제가
delivered
이렇게
to the
통역을 좀
guests,
할게요.
so I will be
그렇게
translating
해야
for you.
됩니까?
So should I do it in this way or?
방송에는 나가요? 근데 이분들이 들어야죠.
I think what's important
Wait a minute.
is for
Korea is a
the
very,
guests to hear what the mayor has to say.
Pardon?
Doing everything for this meeting, including the translation.
It happens to be. 어떻게 시장님 얘기를 들어야 이분들이 또 질문을 하니까는요.
I think in order to facilitate the discussion, the guests should be able to listen to Mayor Kwan's remark.
오케이. 시장님 잠깐만 기다리세요.
Mr. Mayor, please wait for a second.
됐어요? 이제 통역이 제가
So,
통역을 하면 됩니까?
should I do the interpretation or
아니, 동시 통역이
is the
됩니까?
simultaneous interpreter providing interpretation?
Okay. Now we put it on Zoom, so you should hear a simultaneous interpretation because we have interpreters here, interpretation box here. Okay? 시장님, 시작하시죠.
Mr. Mayor, please begin. Good evening. My name is Young-se Kwon. I am the mayor of Andong City. Well, it is my great pleasure to meet with global leaders of the tourism industry worldwide at this Amport session in this Asian Leadership Conference, and it is my great pleasure to share Andong City's case through our presentation. I would like to thank Mr. Philippe Francois and all the panelists for your participation, and especially Mr. Frangeli and Mr. Taleb Rifai, who are the former UN WTO Secretary General. You both have an experience of visiting Andong, so I'm glad to see you here at this session. And we believe that today's forum will be an important milestone in Andong's tourism industry. First, I would like to introduce our city briefly. Andong is a city with abundant cultural resources, and we are trying to merge these cultural assets with the tourism industry. It is a small city, but it is one of the most representative tourist city of Korea. And we have 5 World Cultural Heritage sites in Andong, and these sites have universal value. First of all, we have the Andong Hawe village, which has a long history of 6 centuries, and we have the Dongyang Temple, and we have the Tosan Chawan Confucian Academy and the Pyeongsan Seowon, which is also a Confucian Academy, and these are the great cultural heritage of Korea. And we also have the Hae mask dance play, which is about to be registered on the World Cultural Heritage Site list. And all of these cultural assets show the excellence of the cultural asset of Andong. We will be having the dance festival with Hae masks, and more than 20 countries will be participating in this dance festival. And every year in this festival, more than 1 million participants are joining. As such, Andong is a city with the richest cultural asset in Korea, and Koreans call Andong City as the capital of Korean spirits.
to Andong citizens, culture and tourism is the realization of value and a tradition and future and the way to communicate with the world. So in this regard, Andong, even though it's a small city, is trying to facilitate international cooperation to overcome the difficulties posed by COVID-19 and to become an international city. We believe that COVID-19 is not only a challenge, but also an opportunity. As you already know, because of the Spanish flu, more than 20 million people lost their lives across the world. However, we overcame that challenge and human civilization flourished since then. And now we are experiencing this challenge in the 21st century. However, as we have done in the past, I am confident that humanity will be able to overcome this crisis and create better civilization out of this. And we believe that the starting point will begin at this webinar. COVID-19 is calling for a new type of tourism industry. And now, rather than a linear industry, we need to create a new pattern of a space connection. In other words, in an independent space, family and friends have to be able to enjoy themselves together apart. And also, people who are senior, they will be refraining from traveling due to health concerns, but more young people will be preferring travels to the nature. So based on those trends, we are trying to develop tourist attractions that caters to this trend. We also are trying to utilize traditional Korean architecture, and we are organizing various cultural programs that will link traditional values to training for the youth. And we are also converging natural assets such as Nakdong River with leisure contents. And we are also holding various MICE activities such as the cultural forums. We also are cooperating with the biological institutes and vaccine institutes, and we are leading the efforts for vaccine development. In SK Bioscience Park, we are producing vaccines, and we have organized a task force for disinfection to ensure safety in tourist attractions in Andong. We hope that the tourism industry will return to normal as soon as possible. And in that light, I would like to make some proposals. Well, I believe that we need to focus on global tourism marketing. We need to strengthen cooperation among cities, and the humanity would be able to come up with new types of tourism. And we need to have a network to facilitate space-based tourism. And we also need to create brands to promote cooperation between countries. And we need to take these kinds of approach to deepen our understanding about human beings. And we also need to make sure that these cultural experiences could lead to a global experience. And in order to do that, we need to do more information exchange between countries. And the value of cultural diversity is the biggest fruit and outcome of tourism, I believe. And our Cultural City platform will be a platform to translate these values into actual benefits to the tourism industry. Tourism can make cities more valuable. Tourism can strengthen industrial value through exchange. I believe that tourism is a way to share information as well. And I hope that we will be able to discover the value of culture through tourism. I would like to ask all the participants to have more interest in the tourism industry, and I am very grateful for all your participation in finding the value of tourism. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor. You heard all the translation, right, Mr. Very good. 시장님 수고하셨어요. So now, I again, as you see, the Mayor Kwon is working very, very hard because his town, his city is also hit by corona epidemic. So he's striving how he can put back, but with some different style, different method. So he's seeking advices from you. So could I ask Dr. Frangeli you were in Andong, what, 3 years ago, 4 years ago?
I'm pleased to recognize the mayor of Andong, and I hope that as soon as this crisis is over, we can return to this beautiful city. I'm sure, Ambassador Do, that you will arrange that. We would like to congratulate you and Philippe Francois for arranging this discussion today. As most of you have said, we are going through the worst crisis in the history of world tourism. The previous one, in 2008, 2009, the financial crisis with the subprimes, was not as severe as this one. The World Tourism Organization has released recently figures that we have lost 70% of the receipt of international tourism compared to last year. This figure is correct. The figure is coming from the IMF, from the International Monetary Fund, but it's partially misleading because it's only international receipts. And tourism is not only international, it's also domestic. In many parts of the world, in the United States, in most of the European countries this summer, as well as in China for the autumn festivals, the National Day, domestic tourism has been important. Domestic tourists have replaced the international visitors to some extent. Of course, it's not the same kind of consumers, not the same level of expenditure, but still, in many destinations, like in my country, France, we have more or less saved the summer season with domestic visitors. Not everywhere, not in Paris, not in Nice, not in the palace, but in a large part of our state. As a Secretary General of the World Tourism Organization, like former Minister of Greece, I have experimented some crises. And we learn from this crisis. Let me briefly give you some lessons I have kept from that. One which was very important and can be more or less similar on the one we are facing now, was in 2002, 2003, the SARS crisis. It was a coronavirus like the one we have today, totally new, and we ignore everything about it. And everyone was panicked. This epidemic was mainly in Asian countries, with some extension here or there, like Toronto in Canada. But it was mainly an Asian phenomenon. And at a moment when we thought we were going to a complete disaster, it stopped. It disappeared. The virus vanished. And this was in May, June 2003. And it was a shock, a surprise. The World Health Organization thought it could happen, but we were not sure, and it vanished. For us, for the World Tourism Organization, it was an important moment because it happens that just that year, 2003, we were to have our General Assembly in Beijing in October. And the assembly was important because we decided the conversion of former World Tourism Organization on a UN institution, the UNWTO. And we took the decision in May, end of May, early June, to maintain the assembly in October. We were taking a risk. It was not sure it could be possible, but it was the right decision, and we sent a message of confidence to the tourism industry. Then other crises, health crises came, like the avian flu. And I remember in 2004, I think, I brought all the big chief airports, WTTC, travel agent, tour operators, and the hotel industry, IHA, to Geneva to meet the WHO people, and especially the Deputy Director General, Mrs. Chan. And we entered the war room of the WHO, and you had all the information coming, now the virus is in Mauritius. Now the Toronto hospital is saying they are full. We have thousands of people dying in Uganda. So I was panicked. And then Margaret Chan told us, no, this is not reality. It's a rehearsal, it's an exercise. It could happen one day like that. Ladies and gentlemen, it's happening today, like what I saw in 2004 in the Geneva premises of the World Health Organization. So this is a lesson because we knew that such a global pandemic could happen, and we were not fully prepared for that. We had the message several times that it could be possible. We believed it, but we didn't act, so very little. And so many countries were taken by surprise. Last crisis that I would like to recall, because it has been the most severe for the number of people who died among the international visitors, among the tourists, was on the 26th of December of 2004, the tsunami. Tsunami in Indonesia, Malaysia, in Thailand, Sri Lanka, India. We managed to react with a meeting of our executive council in Phuket just 1 month after the tsunami. There have been around 2,000 people who died in Phuket and in the islands nearby. And I learned something from the then Prime Minister of Thailand, Thaksin Shinawatra. He said to me, he was from Chinese origin. He said, in our language, in Chinese, we have an ideogram for, maybe it's the same in Korean language, I don't know, for designating what is a crisis. A crisis is two things, a disaster and an opportunity. And yes, it's that. It's a disaster, but it's also, if you manage well the crisis, if you use the time of the crisis to prepare yourself for the future, it could be an opportunity. And I will come back just to that before finishing, just one or two other considerations. To some extent, what is important is not the reality of the crisis, but the perception. For instance, with the SARS crisis, if you were listening to the international media, to NHK, to BBC, to CNN, all Asia was in disarray. All Asia was affected. That was not true. There was few countries, and many countries has absolutely no cases of SARS, except a few cases imported. And still, it was all a region which was supposed to be affected. The same thing happened with the tsunami of December 2004. At one moment, all the tourists disappeared from Bali in Indonesia, this emblematic destination of Indonesia. Bali was almost 3,000 kilometers far from the epicenter of the earthquake. No damage, they didn't feel anything. Since, in spite of that, all the tourists, and especially the Chinese visitor, disappears because the perception was Indonesia is experimenting a disaster with the tsunami. So this is something that we have to keep in mind, the perception of the phenomenon more than the reality interfering. So let's say to you, just one last word. I am speaking to you from my village in the French Alps. And the next step for us, and the next step for the world tourism industry to some extent, will be the following one. Will we be able to save the winter season, the ski season? Up to now, we have been more or less lucky in this disaster. In China, you know, the outbreak of the COVID took place exactly at the moment of the Spring Festival, the Chinese New Year. It means that the 300 ski resorts that they have in China stopped their activity at the moment, which is a peak season for them. For us in the Northern Hemisphere, in US, Canada, and Europe, it came just at the end of the ski season. We lost 2-3 weeks, but which was not the most important. And as I said before, I mentioned before, summer season has been saved by the domestic tourism. But we are very much preoccupied with what will happen for our ski season. It's important for us. We are a small community of 3,000 persons, but we have 40,000 beds, 40,000 beds for the visitors, 10 times more than the inhabitants. Will the visitors will be there? We don't know. It's almost unpredictable. And we are preparing for that. We are doing our best to save the ski seasons, but we can't now. Many jobs, of course, are at stake, like in Greece, like in Jamaica, as mentioned, Minister Barset mentioned. Before this outbreak, this pandemic, we knew that we have to change our model, our tourism model, that we have to make it more sustainable, because the customers were changing, the way that the reason why people were coming to the mountains were changing, less for ski, more for culture, for health, for ecotourism. And we were facing, of course, the consequences of the climate change, of the global warming. From the time of my childhood, we have 2 times less snow coverage in our village than at that time. So we knew that we had to make our model more sustainable. And now we have one additional reason with the pandemic to know that we have to change. So I hope, like to recall again the word of the Prime Minister of Thailand, that we shall make of this crisis an opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Frangeli. I'm going to ask Dr. Rifai. You were in Andong about 3 years ago, right?
That's right. I was there with Mr. Frangeli.
Yes.
Together, we were there. Yes.
Mr. Frangeli and you were together.
Yes,
So
yes.
Please, if you could say a few
wonderful.
words about the presentation that Mayor made.
Sure. Okay. I want to thank you all, especially ALC. It's my first time that I attend ALC virtual. This is the world of today. I also want to thank Amfort, Felipe, and Madame Do. Now, we're all challenged with this new pandemic called Corona, COVID-19. We're in the right time and the right place to do that. Right time because the world is changing today, changing dramatically, as has been said by many speakers before. The international system altogether, I'm afraid, is being challenged. We don't hear any more about the EU doing any initiatives. I'm sorry, Elena, to say this, but we don't hear about the EU doing anything, or the United Nations altogether. The old system is going away, and the new system is being built from a bottom up, brick by brick. It's going to be a fairer world, a more just world, definitely. I'm very optimistic about it. But we have to see, we have to understand that the old world is going away. This is a changing point in man's history. Like Ban Ki-moon, Francesco Frangeli, I worked in the UN system. We understand it's all about leadership, really. Today, it's up to each government on its own. Each government is acting as if it's its own domain. There is nobody bringing it together at all. There is no way that you could regulate, unify the regulations or the standards. It will take a lot of time, but this process itself is going to build a new system, new world system. Now, why is it the right place also? Because Korea is a very special place. Korea is a place that has proven a lot of lessons in discipline. Your culture, your nature as Koreans is very disciplined. As you said yesterday, Madame Do, Korea did not have to pass through so many agonies that many of us did. You were wearing masks even before there was a corona pandemic. I always remember this when I take my shoes now off before I enter my home. I did that in Korea, to take your shoes off before you enter your home. Korean culture, Asian culture altogether is very respected. That's the new norm. We'll all have to do this. I still remember the days when we used to go on the aeroplanes. We take up from our cars, we carry our luggage and we go to the aeroplane. We didn't have to go through any metal detector or take off our shoes or take off our belts. Now it's becoming normal. I think wearing a mask would become a normal thing. Taking off your shoes would become a normal thing. Saying hello to people this way, not shaking hands and hugging and kissing. That's become the new norm. This is going to be the new way of living together. Korea is also very important because it has pride in its own culture, pride and modesty. It's a very powerful combination. You're very proud of what you have, yet you're very modest and very warm. I witnessed this firsthand when I was in Andong with you, Madame Do, and with you, Mr. Francesco Frangeli. Andong has wonderful memories from Andong. Behind me, I have the picture of Andong, of the place we stayed in. I don't know if you remember this, but we were staying in a place where you don't have no beds. You had to make our own beds. Me and my wife were standing there, fixing our bed. At night, Francesco, if you remember, I had to go to the bathroom. The bathroom was outside. We met you there, middle of the night. You were wearing this very funny T-shirt that I still remember until now. My wife also had some jokes to say about this. So memories are very, very clear and very crisp there. Now, what do we do? The lesson learned are very, very important here. I have two steps of advice here. First of all, sustainability is an opportunity, without doubt. I completely agree with the Chinese and I completely agree with what Francesco said. Crisis is an opportunity, definitely. And sustainability is one of the opportunities that we have to live in. Now, this stopping of coming of people from outside to you had made you learn, everybody, how beautiful our nature is, how wonderful it is. We are seeing now dolphins in Venice, believe it or not. I have just with the Minister of Guinea, Mr. Balala, who informed me that the rhino population has doubled the last 3-4 months because people are not coming anymore. There is no more crowds in this place. So this issue of over-tourism is gone and it's going away. People want to see their own space, want to enjoy their own space. So in doing that, I have 4 points to say here. One is the importance of domestic tourism. I completely agree with Francesco. Domestic tourism is not just a matter of need now. We cannot anyhow go into international tourism without passing through the stage of domestic and regional tourism. Domestic tourism is a must. It's a matter of principle. A country that's not enjoyed, not seen by its people, cannot and should not be enjoyed by anybody else. That I believe in completely. I think that domestic tourism is a very important thing. Korea, we need to do that. We do that anyhow. But domestic tourism, you have you thinking in a different way, different mindset. You have to speak in Korean. You have to make advertising in Korean language. You have to think of families. You have to think of outlets. Products has to be different. Tour operators will have to train themselves differently. How are people going to take an excursion and go to Seoul? How the people of Seoul are going to go to the countryside, to Andong, and so on and so forth. So domestic tourism is very, very important. It's an opportunity for us. to fix it once and for all. Second thing is technology. Technology, especially the digital technology, has changed our life completely. I was saying yesterday to some of our friends, it's not just a matter of meeting like this. It's even a matter of personal values now. I have had my daughter getting married via Zoom 2 months ago. She was in Dubai, I was in Amman. I could not go to Dubai, she could not come to Amman. I was there sitting with the father of the bride, the groom. She was sitting there with her husband, and the priest was sitting on the third line. They got married. So we have to get used and adjusted the issue of technology. In the issue of technology now, I have to say something that's very important, especially for Andong and our good mayor there, who I thank very much for having me carry all these good memories of that place. It's really a very, very beautiful, pure and authentic place. In Korea altogether is like that. There is something called digital nomads. I don't know, Mr. Mayor, if you've heard about it. I think Korea and Andong in particular is very qualified to do this. I'm now speaking to you from the south of Spain. I'm a digital nomad myself, sitting by the seaside right in front of me there, on my right side. I'm doing my work via Zoom. You have excellent connections. You have excellent internet connections. People that want to work can come to Korea and do their work. They would not come for a day or two or a week. They would come for a month or 2 or 3. It's a different kind of tourism. It's a tourism that instead of having 10 people staying for 1 day, have 1 person staying for 10 days. That's even much better, much more sustainable. I think you should promote yourself in Andong as a place where people can come, reside, and do their work. Because today, no matter where you are, it doesn't matter. I'm speaking to you from Spain. I live in Amman in Jordan. I was in Dubai before coming here. It doesn't matter where I am. I'm working anyhow. And many people are like that. So I think that this is something that you should take advantage of. The third part is safety and security. Safety and security is very important. Peace of mind. As we heard from Minister Bartlett, we need to have insurance in place. Insurance is one of the best mind-setting things. You should make a partnership between the private and the public sector. Talk to the insurance companies. Make them give you insurance to come to Korea, to Andong in particular. They would feel much better. You know, you can add $30, $40 to your ticket, to your entry point, to your visa, whatever you want to do. Because visas will have to be rethought about again. And make some insurance package to guarantee somebody, give them a peace of mind. Insurance companies today are not taking anybody with corona. So this has to be a specific insurance, like the one that Jamaica did, which is called Jamaica Care. I think you should say Korea cares and Dong cares. The whole world should care for that. All these 3 elements, domestic tourism, technology, and training, and safety and security, need training and retraining. Our people are not exactly this as they were before. People that work in restaurants now are not going to be waiters only. They have to do packages to deliver to homes. They have to be trained in a different way. So you have to embark on a new program, training and retraining, even the force that is there, the workforce that is there. This is what I wanted to say. These are the 4 points I wanted to share with you. 1, domestic tourism. 2, technology. 3, safety and security. 4, training. Thank you so much, Mayor. And I really carry wonderful memories. I mean, Mrs. Doe knows. I even sent my 2019 New Year greetings with a picture of me and my wife sitting at the door of that wonderful residence that we were in. Thank you so much once again. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Madam Doe.
Thank you, Dr. Rifai. I mean, you know, that we did really had a wonderful visit to Andong. And as Mayor Kwon says, it's a small town, but they have abundance of cultural heritage and good food and good people. And I think you're saying, by saying Andong cares, I think that's a wonderful, wonderful catchphrase, I think, because people in Andong, they care. They take care of tourists. So having said this, you know, we've already spent 90 minutes, 1.5 hour flew. So I'm going to give Mr. Mayor, do you have anything to say? 시장님 뭐 하실 말씀 있으세요?
그래요. 그때 안동 방문을 이렇게 해주셨을 때 정말 좋은 추억 이렇게 갖고 가지고 또 그렇게 말씀해 주셔서 고맙습니다. 그리고 또 안동 언제 또 기회가 되신다면 다시 한번 방문해 주시면 저희들이 잘 모시도록 하겠습니다.
As a mayor, I vividly remember the visit that Dr. Rifai and Mr. Frangeli made, and I do appreciate your good recommendation how to guide Andong in terms of sustainability, in terms of care. People feel free, feel good coming back safe, coming to Andong, and I'm in my dire hope that next year, whenever you come to Korea, I hope I'll be able to host you in Andong. Thank you so much for your advice, Dr. Rifai and Mr. Frangeli.
Thank you.
I think we have
Thank
said
you,
it all.
Assistant.
Do you, Mr. President, should I hand it over microphone to you so you say the final words? Okay.
Just one final word, because it was so rich with so prestigious casting we had this afternoon. And just my final word will be about training and human again. And because we need to have this positive attitude, so we need to have a lot of awareness and training with us, not only on vocational, but as well on vocational schools, but as well on business, colleges, and universities. And I invite you to join us within Anfort, and hopefully next year we will organize our General Assembly in Seoul, Korea. So as members, as councillors, as new executive chairman for Francesco, and partners, obviously, you will be most welcome to participate, attend, and be active within all our...
In Andong.
Bravo.
In Andong.
Yes.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup.
I would love, Madame Do, Ambassador Do, I would love to go to this beautiful city.
It's wonderful.
Andong,
It's beautiful, really. It is.
And
It is.
저기 시장님, 우리 엘레나 의원이 꼭 안동 가고 싶다고 그러시네요.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now it ends.
So,
Thank you
anyway.
very much, Thailand and Belgium and Spain and Madrid. Your town is Mr. Dr. Rifa. Where are you sitting right now? Where are you
I'm in
right now?
Estepona, near Marbella, in the south of Spain.
Yes, south of Spain and Madrid, Paris. Are you from Paris, Mr. Francisco?
No.
So you're Morzine.
As I
He's from
mentioned
Morzine.
before, I am in the French Alps.
Yes,
in my
French
village.
Alps.
Morzine.
Okay.
And I'm in the
Whenever you
northern part
want to find a very good place for mountain tourism and for skiing,
Okay.
you will be welcome to Morzine.
All right.
Beautiful place as well.
Au revoir. Good night. Thank you
night.
very much.
Bye.
Thank you.
See you
See you
soon.
soon. Talk to you
Bye.
soon. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hi,
Thank you.
Mario.
Take
Bye.
care.
Bye.
Bye.
Hawaii, and that's what we say when we say hello. Deepak was the former head of the Nepal Tourism Board. He's been around in tourism for a long time, a very well-known figure on many boards around the world, and he's everywhere. And actually, more important, he is the tourism hero for the World Tourism Network. As you all know, the World Tourism Network right now has a network of 19 heroes in the world. These are people that have done something special, specifically in regards to the COVID outbreak, in taking leadership. And Deepak is one of them, and he's actually the latest tourism hero announced by the World Tourism Network. Congratulations, Deepak, and welcome.
Namaste and aloha. Thank you very much, Jürgen, for this recognition. This is not an achievement for me, but this is motivation for me to act more. Thank you very much.
No, and I think it's well deserved, and everyone agreed so. So you're the hero now in this business, and that's really what we need. We need leadership, and we heard a lot about leadership, starting of course, with the election in the United States and our now Vice President Joe Biden will be replacing Donald Trump at the end of January. And I don't know, what do people in Nepal, and what do you think about this?
I think most of the people in Nepal also, they are happy with the result of this election, because Nepal is a country where Lord Buddha was born, the epitome of peace. And then every Nepalese, they love peace. So I don't know, but before there was a kind of perception among Nepalese people about the earlier president regarding his approach, his talks, his speeches, where it seems like he used to promote hatredness, a kind of division within the communities or societies. So maybe because of that, in Nepal, people are happy with this new election, and then there is a big hope that a new chapter will be initiated through this election, promoting peace and harmony globally.
And I think that's what many people in the world, including here in the United States, are hoping. It was a very tight election, and President Trump is still fighting to win it, but that's pretty much impossible. So I guess that's more than wishful thinking. So many of the people I know, and specifically here in Hawaii, where 85%, I believe, Democrats, we were all hoping for these results. And I think the world tourism industry, a lot of the people share this sentiment. The United States always has been looked at as a leader in many initiatives, and to be honest with you, without getting too much political, but as I said, we're not the BBC here, so we can say what we think. I'm very happy about this. So
especially people who are in tourism, I mean the tourism fraternity, that is more happier they are, because the tourism is grown only in harmony and peace, and then in friendly environment. So people in tourism are happier, I think.
It's a happy business, and we had an interview with a happy guy from Australia a few weeks ago. It's in our archive, and his entire business is in regards to tourism happiness. And I think he started with this idea in Nepal. So Nepal seems to be the happy place where everything starts to be happy. And Nepal is really different in a lot of ways, and it specifically, maybe it comes through the history. It comes because of the people in Nepal. Why is Nepal? It feels like a little bit spiritual almost when you're in Nepal. What are your thoughts about that?
You are very, very right, Jürgen. Nepal is probably the most unique country in the world, as our national flag itself is. Our national flag is the only flag in the world which is triangular in shape. So, and then it is the most diverse country on earth. Our lowest point from sea level is 60 meters, and then highest is 8848, that is Mount Everest. And that is just in between the distance of 150 kilometers. So it's a vertical country, not the horizontal country. And then so many, the mountains, peaks, hills, natural abundance, that kind of geographical setup we have, beautiful landscape, and that all gives a very good spiritual value, whatever activities we carry on, be it adventure or spiritual or village tours. Every activity in Nepal gives a spiritual value. So that's why most of the visitors, they love to come to Nepal. And then very interesting thing is, probably we are the one of the few countries where our repeat visitors is very, very strong. People who come once, the visitors who visit once, they want to visit again and again. That kind of magic Nepal has. And then, as I already mentioned, in Buddhism side, in Hinduism side, in other spiritual centers are also here. Yogas, meditation, wellness, that kind of things are also here. So maybe because of these reasons, Nepal has amazing value in tourism.
No, absolutely. And it's not all about climbing Mount Everest. You don't really have to be in so-called excellent shape. You can go to Nepal for so many different reasons. So if you're not a mountain climber, what is there to do in Nepal?
There are so many things. For example, in cultural segment also Nepal is equally rich. In small geography, we have 100 plus ethnic groups and 100 different dialects they spoke. Whenever we drive or walk around Nepal, in every 30 to 35 kilometer of distance, we get a chance to experience new culture, new the geography, new faces, new festivals, new climate that is there. And besides mountains and adventure activities, Nepal is very, very popular for wildlife also. We have 12 national parks, so many, the wild animals and then jungles we have. Nearly 40% plus landmass is we have conserved as a protected areas. In conservation also, Nepal has shown exemplary effort. We are the only country which is going to double the population of tigers, Royal Bengal tigers. In 2022, we are going to double the population of tiger. And then this is one of the few countries where we have been enjoying zero poaching years. So in conservation front also, Nepal has exemplary role. For example, in 20 kilometer of radius, we have 7 UNESCO World Heritage Monuments. Nepal has a history of never colonized history. And then culturally, historically, archaeologically, and wildlife in mountains, in many fronts, there are amazing things. I do call this is the country of superlatives. Tallest point on earth, tallest settlement on earth, deepest gorge on earth. So many things there are. So this is a lifetime experience destination.
And don't forget, the food is absolutely excellent. It's one of my favorite foods in the world. And actually, I have a very good news. We now have a Nepalese restaurant right here on Oahu. It's not in the tourist area, but if you visit Hawaii, take a taxi, and I think it's called Himalayan something. You find it if you Google it, and you should definitely try it out. It's great food. It's a little bit spicy. It's a little bit Indian, but it's different, right? What makes Nepalese food a little bit different?
Yeah, it is less spicy compared to Indian food, and it is very, very hygienic. Different varieties in one plate. For example, the spinach to lentils to, the carbohydrate to protein to different other varieties. It is well mixed of many things to pickle. So, and then especially during this pandemic time, I think Nepali food helps to build good immunity because very special herbs they use while cooking Nepali food. For example, turmeric, garlic, onion. These kind of foods are also well mixed in Nepalese food. So, so this is very, very interesting. I would like to add one story also, Jürgen, very true story. All over the world, Nepalese people are very, very popular as a physically very, very brave and the mentally very, very calm and cool. Be it Sherpas or be it Gorkhas, who fight for the different causes in many countries. And there is a very strong reason behind it because of Nepalese food. They are very physically very, very strong and mentally very, very peaceful, calm, and cool. So that kind of specialities Nepalese food has. Many people believe in it.
Yeah, and I certainly do. I love it. Now, Nepal, as you said, has so many things to offer, and it's such a beautiful place. I have to say, I've been to Nepal, I think 5 times, and I've never seen Mount Everest. But it's not like you're bored if you don't see Mount Everest. It just has been cloudy, and with my luck, I was there on cloudy days. So it's always a reason to come back. And probably once you see Mount Everest, you want to go there every month because it's so beautiful. I would think so.
Visit to Nepal is once is not enough. So definitely next time.
Yeah, and I have some good news for people in Nepal you can take home. Now, eTurboNews actually has a Nepalese language edition. So if you go to our articles, you have languages from all over the world, and just look for the Nepalese flag, what is very unique. And it's also spelled out, and you will be able to read every single article in Nepalese. And actually, it has a special website even, so you can bookmark the site. So next time you read eTurboNews, you get it in Nepalese directly. The website is just ne.eturbonews.com instead of just eTurboNews.com, and then you get it in Nepalese. So
that's so great. That's so great. Thank you very much, Jürgen. Because you know if it is in Nepali language, it will help many tourism communities who cannot speak English. Will be very helpful to them. You know, in Nepal, our tourism is most of the activities they are in rural areas. So community tourism, village tourism, homestays are growing in Nepal. So they will certainly get very good benefit out of it.
Yeah, please spread the word and read it. Let me know how the translation is. It's probably not 100%, but I tried it with German, what I of course fully understand, and it was quite good. And it stays there. So, and not every word is perfect, but if we get it 80%, we're doing well. Now, there's also more news in regards to elections and changes. One is in the United Nations World Tourism Organization, UNWTO. There are elections coming up earlier than expected, and this was decided at their executive committee meeting in Georgia just a few weeks ago. The elections are really coming up in January, what never happened before, and it's quite surprising. And many have been saying it's so the current Secretary General Zurab Polikashvili from Georgia wouldn't have anyone competing, but he does. The first person competing is Her Excellency Mai bint Mohammed Al Khalifa from Bahrain, and there may be more coming. And so it's exciting time now for the UNWTO. I know Nepal is a member of the UNWTO. What is your expectation for leadership in this organization? What do you want this organization to be like?
Since quite long, Nepal is member of UNWTO, and then I don't know the reason behind declaring these dates in different times, but the timing is not so friendly, I believe, to travel in those destinations. And our expectation from the UNWTO General Secretary is to accommodate, you know, the special destinations, many destinations. There is growing interest all over the world, but somehow we are not being able to address the issues of those agencies. I mean those communities. So one, we need to accommodate more. We need to be more proactive. In last 3, 4, 5 years, I'm not seeing the proactiveness in the leadership in UNWTO, because you know that at this time, in the history, we are going one of the hardest time in tourism, but there are very less ideas being shared. Tourism is the business which creates a platform for networking, for learning from each other. So that kind of things are also not there. So my expectation from new leadership is accommodate more, be proactive, lead in a you know the lead creating impacts, be impactful. So in those lines, we are looking for a new leadership and have a kind of passion in tourism. The leader who is not passionate in the sector who is leading cannot produce good result. So I think the person, he or she, whoever going to lead, must be passionate in tourism, must be knowing the basic natures of tourism. Then only he or she can produce good results. So I'm hoping we'll get good leadership in this next term.
Yeah, and especially these are the most critical times. If there was ever a critical time for tourism, it is now. And we need these leaders, and there's no room for politics, I believe, for people who should be established because they have a political influence. And so let's hope for this. Is Nepal, by the way, a member of the Executive Council?
Uh, I don't have idea about that exact idea. I will check. But Nepal is member since many years. I think almost 2.5 decade ago. We are every year member of UNW.
Well, the reason I'm asking is the every fifth member is a member of the executive council, and they are rotating every year. They're elected, and I don't believe Nepal is, but I may be mistaken, is a member of the executive council. What I noticed is that the UNWTO under the current leadership has catered almost exclusively to executive council members in the last couple of years in order, what I think, is to secure a vote if it ever comes back to election. So I'm wondering, just assuming Nepal is not a member of the executive council, did this reflect the care UNWTO gave Nepal, maybe, or not give Nepal, or gave Nepal, depending how you see it over the last 2 years?
Nepal has not received, the good coverage or response or accommodative nature. So I will check, and then I myself is also, I don't know, I have not decided it, but I am willing to apply for this UNWTO General Secretary. Let's see. So I'm going to inquire these all things in these 2 to 3 days of time.
And talking about passion, there he is, Mr. Passion in person. that would be wonderful. Deepak, it has been a pleasure talking to you, like always. And I really wish you all the best. And please keep us informed with your plans and any plans. And I also wanted to say thank you for playing a role also in our youngest member of our global association families, what's the World Tourism Network, what will be launched officially on December 1st. And you're on the executive board. And it's an organization already with members in 221 countries right now. You find it if you go to wtn.travel. And of course, I'm part of it, and we're all working hard to make this a success. So there's a lot going on in tourism. There are people out there like yourself that really want to make a difference, and they understand the importance of this industry and the economic impact this industry has of so many countries and people and businesses, and also understand the times we're going through are probably even, if someone would have told me in March at ITB when it was canceled because of Corona, we ever would get into a situation we're in now, I would have not believed it. So I know we have been planning actually in March an event for Nepal, but for the Nepal Tourism Board, what was canceled. And what we did though, we had the first event discussing Corona in Berlin at an ITB that didn't take place, but we had people who were stranded in Berlin actually attending our event at the Grand Hyatt Hotel. And we did this together with Pata at the time. And so I think we're one of the first really realizing the problem and the issue. We were just guessing. But even in the worst case scenario, I have to admit, we did not think it would come that far. So let's all work together to get out of this situation, make it a better, healthier world, relaunch tourism in a responsible way, and look at Nepal as a model in so many ways, because responsible tourism has always been part of your country, and your people are passionate in this industry. And so let's make this example of the world. And thank you so much, Deepak, for being part of our show here.
Thank you again. Thank you very much. I'm always together for tourism, and we'll work together for the brighter days in tourism.
Thank you.
Global tourism.
Namaste. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much for the recognition.
Aloha and good evening. My name is Jürgen Steinmetz with livestream.travel, reporting for eTurboNews. And from Hawaii, we're going to the Seychelles. And we wanted to welcome Alain St. Ange. He was the former Minister of Tourism in the Seychelles, recently run for president in the country. And I always say the Seychelles could be our sister island on the other part of the world in the Indian Ocean. Welcome, Alain, and it's good to see you again.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me on the program.
Alain, we had a major situation, and I know you went through elections and you experimented, I think, firsthand. But we also had an important election here in the United States. And what is your feedback? What do people say in the Seychelles about the outcome of the election and the situation, how it is here in the US right now?
In the Seychelles, as in the whole world, we follow the American elections. It is something we follow every 4 years. But what is good at the end is the American people have spoken. And when the people speak, we need to find a way to respect the wish of the people. I take this opportunity to thank and congratulate Mr. Biden, now the president-elect, and Kamala, the VP-elect. And I think it's a sign for America. It shows that democracy can take root when there is a wish by the people. It is very clear President Trump was a strong president who concentrated on the economy. But it is not just the economy. When the people are not feeling it, there is always a drive by the people to reclaim their country. And this is what has happened in the American elections. It is sad that the biggest democracy of the world is still not put an end when the people have spoken. And I wish that common sense will prevail soon, and we will see America reclaiming its position in the world at large.
Yeah, and I think we all agree, specifically here in Hawaii. As you know, Hawaii is almost 100% democratic state. So we didn't have all the protests. We have protests, but we're quite peaceful here in Hawaii. We're different, I guess, than most areas, and we're also spared Corona in a lot of ways, being 2,500 miles, almost 4,000 kilometers from the closest shores, what is California from here, and 5 hours flight before we hit any of the US mainland. So we're different. We're kind of seeing it also from a distance, even though we're involved in it. And I agree with you. And we all have high hopes that this future administration will come back to its senses. But of course, everyone in the world is now dealing with one common enemy, what is Corona.
Exactly. I was going to say, I mean, it is the most difficult time that America, with high numbers of death and infections of coronavirus, and that America needs to rally its forces. And you rally your forces as a country, as a people. And when you have divisions that bring people to the streets only to try and find little areas to contest things, will bring more heartache for America. People need now to be respecting the rules set by the public health authority, respecting social distancing, having masks and so on. But America needs to lead the show. And when we look at America and what is happening, it worries us in Africa to see that America should be the leader that we follow. And instead of that, we find that America is leading us astray very often.
And Alain, you're right. I said actually to our mayor here, Mayor Kirk Caldwell here in Honolulu, that I know his brother in the world who has a similar vision. I have to say our mayor here has done a tremendous job in keeping this virus out of our islands. And exactly what you're saying, people are disciplined. We are wearing masks when we're going outside. It's not only required by law. We have $5,000 fines and up to 1 year in jail if we don't. But it seems that also tourists are understanding this, because we opened our state for tourism just about 3 weeks ago now. And tourists are coming back in slower numbers. We usually had 30 to 35,000 every day coming in.
We're now at about 2,000 to 3,000 every day, but you can see a few more people out on the streets. The malls are getting a little bit busier, but everyone is wearing masks and everyone is understanding and trying to keep the distance. How is this in the Seychelles? Because your tourism, you're very similar. You rely on the tourism industry for the most part.
Seychelles, we must say congratulations to the health authorities and to the government that we've been able to spare the lives of our people through coronavirus. We've never really had a direct impact on the medical side. We've contained it well. We've been in the forefront on isolation centers and ensuring that people comply with the regulations. But economically, it has hit the Seychelles. And the islands will now need to see how they can relaunch in earnest the tourism industry. It can be done because we are not after numbers. We are just not after high numbers. We can do it by a new approach. I think it is this new normal approach. I am positive that in discussions, it can still be done to have a thriving tourism industry, a remodeled tourism industry that can take Seychelles further. Because without tourism, Seychelles, the economy is in dire straits, and we need tourism to come back soon to re-give employment to people and to put money in the state coffers and in the different areas of the financial world of Seychelles so that people can start earning a living again.
We had Shireen and your former Minister of Tourism on our show not too long ago. And I was impressed when he explained to us that you actually have a hotel for visitors that actually do get identified to have the virus, where they can stay and recuperate. Is this hotel being used? Are there visitors there right now?
But it is. But government has also rented a whole hotel out for putting people in isolation. So this is already in place. And there are hotels, if you are discovered with the virus, that you can go in and check in. And these hotels operate in one way or another as a sort of a transit hospital for coronavirus tourists. But these are things that will have to be developed. But I am more worried today that we need to find a way to bring people to our shores. And we must use our airline, Air Seychelles, as a bit of that insurance policy that it was conceived for, to bring people from source markets that we target, that brings people to Seychelles, and then kickstarts the economy. Seychelles is too small and too dependent on tourism not to have the industry kickstarted immediately. It can be done, and I am sure with discussions among the people of Seychelles and the industry itself, those in the forefront of the industry, that it can still be done and be successful in the coming months.
Alain, you may have not heard this morning, big news here in the US is the emergency authorization by the FDA of a vaccine against corona. What do people think in the Seychelles? Would they take this vaccine? Do you guys want vaccine? Do you have vaccine? Here there are mixed feelings.
Well, I believe that coronavirus, with or without vaccine, will be here for a while, because it'll take a while to really knock out this virus that has become the pandemic. But I appreciated this morning. I felt it was good news for the world to see that the vaccine is on the verge of 90% now being confirmed that it can work. So we need to see the next stages of it from America to see what will be done. But I think the vaccine is one way of ensuring that normality gets back into the lives of everybody.
And Alain, coming to a different subject, we also had an announcement on Friday, what is quite important for the world, for the global tourism industry, specifically going through this crisis. The leader in the world, supposed to lead governments and give recommendations to governments, is the United Nations World Tourism Organization. Currently, this organization is under the leadership of Zurab Polikashvili, a gentleman from Georgia, and there has been a lot of criticism over the years. I know you're intimately involved in it because you run to become the Secretary General. Now, and that's a whole different story. I think we shouldn't get in here, but we now have Her Excellency Mai bint Mohammed Al Khalifa from Bahrain applying for the job. And the election is pretty soon because the current Secretary General moved the date, I believe, from, is it March or May before now to January, hoping to do it to coincide with FITUR, but FITUR is not materializing, and we need to see if the election still will be in January. But it's kind of a refreshing picture to have a lady also from the Gulf region who has been the Minister of Tourism for a country applying for this job. What is your feedback on this?
I followed with interest that the minister in Bahrain was putting her hat, throwing her hat into the ring. I feel the UNWTO Secretary General position is the highest office of a Minister for Tourism. I think the main credentials that we always have to look at is the track record in the world of tourism. It is not a civil service appointment. It is not just the connections you have in the world. It is the highest office of a Minister for Tourism. You have to know the trade, you have to understand the trade, and you have to have worked in that trade. And I think seeing the minister from Bahrain throwing a hat into the ring is welcomed by the industry. It should be welcomed by countries at large that depend on tourism. I think Africa's had a bad run. A bad run. The last elections, we had two of us, Minister from Zimbabwe, Walter Mzembe, and myself, pitching ourselves as potential Secretary General. Both of us have countries that are successful in the world of tourism, but we are also directly involved in promoting that tourism. And I think, unfortunately, UNWTO ended up with a Secretary General that was not directly involved in the world of tourism. Today, with COVID creating the disruption that it has, it is very, very important that we see a tourism minister with success behind her coming forward to claim that seat. The UAE part of the world, or that Middle East part of the world, where Bahrain is situated, is important for the world of tourism. They provide that hub for airlines that transit in and out of the Middle East area. And you'll find that a player like the minister from Bahrain, if she surrounds itself well with ministers or former ministers, she could be the solution needed in a post-COVID, or even in that transition to the post-COVID. And this is what we have to look for. And I think big and small countries are today looking what will happen to the tourism industry and the airline industry at large. We know that something needs to be done, and UNWTO has a mandate to spearhead and to be the leader that takes the world at large forward in this COVID epidemic times and the post-COVID.
And of course, some of the challenges, and they're already there, and this is, I think, what also something you would have pushed for if you were Secretary General, is to get more important members into the organization, what includes the United States, what includes the UK, and they're actually not a member, and these are important players in the industry. Do you think a minister from Bahrain would have the power to bring this together? I think one positive aspect, of course, is our election here in the US. We're going to have a president who is more open to these type of initiatives. And he may be the one who is taking the US back into the UNESCO and in the climate agreement. How do you feel, how would you make the UNWTO more attractive for current non-members to find their way back into the organization?
Okay, when I launched my campaign 4 years ago now, I'd said that we need to rally the world at large. Anybody who touches tourism must be invited back. But to be invited back, you need a SG, a Secretary General, who's also friends of all and enemies of none. You must have a country where you originate from, because you are not there as a person, you are there as a country. If you have a country that is friends to everybody, it is easier already to rally everybody around you. I think the idea from the Bahrain side today is also to show respect. Tourism must show respect. You cannot have discrimination in the world of tourism. And being a woman who will head it for the first time, we must be able to say that the world of tourism will show the world that respect in the industry, respect for what you are, respect for the color of your skin, respect for your religious denominations, and respect for the women themselves, that they can travel the world without any form of discrimination. And I think this is why I salute the Minister for Bahrain to come forward in this difficult time of COVID to say, I also want to have a say and to lead the industry.
Alain, very insightful. Thank you so much for being on our show here. And I'm sure we're going to see you again very soon. I wish you all the best. Stay healthy. Enjoy the Seychelles. And hopefully we can see you someplace in person again sometime.
Thank you very much. I look forward to that, Jürgen.
Okay, take care.
All the best.
All the best. Aloha and good morning from Hawaii. My name is Jürgen Steinmetz with livestream.travel, reporting for eTurboNews. And with me is Professor Jeffrey Lipman. He's joining us actually from Brussels. So I thought we should reach out to someone who is not from the United States, but who's deeply familiar with world politics and issues specifically in the travel and tourism industry. Jeffrey has been around this industry for many years. Maybe you can tell us a little bit more about himself. And many of those that are reading eTurboNews, you find at travel news at eTurboNews.com actually know Jeffrey. He has been on many of our events. Good evening, Jeffrey. How are you?
Hey, Thomas. I'm really, really, really good today. It's a great day for the world.
I think I agree with you. So before we get to the world, tell us a little bit more about yourself. Who are you? Why are you joining us here?
Well, first of all, I'm a friend of yours. That's the first reason. And you sent me a message at an ungodly hour and asked me to appear on your live stream. And because you know that I'm always happy to get in front of a camera, I responded positively. It's midnight here in Brussels, but as I have been for the past week, I'm glued to CNN, watching this this wonderful happening unfold. And yeah, I've been half a century in the travel and tourism business, running WTTC as its first president, executive director at IATA, where I was for 20 years, and assistant secretary general at UNWTO. And now I'm running a small not-for-profit organization called SunX Malta, which stands for the Strong Universal Network. It's a legacy to my friend, Maurice Strong, who was the father of sustainable development. And its goal is to promote and support climate-friendly travel. So I'm really delighted with the news today, because for 4 years we have suffered. The whole world has suffered because the United States elected a lying narcissist as its president, and the rest of the world had to suffer from this. And today the pendulum has begun to swing back, and instead of having a world in which the so-called leader has become unacceptable as far as decency and human relations are concerned, we suddenly have the prospect of what we've always known, which is a strong, decent, compassionate United States, which is back on the world stage. So it's a great day, and I'm really pleased to talk to you.
And that is definitely, I think it's a very good statement. And I watch, you said you watch CNN, I also watch Fox, because usually you have completely two different worlds. When you watch CNN, you don't think you're on the same planet when you watch Fox. And I have to say, in the last few hours watching Fox, it looks like they're almost turning into a CNN. So I think we see some shiftings here, and people are on the street, they're celebrating rightfully, because we all need a little bit of encouraging news in the times of we're going through with the epidemic. Specifically, the United States has been hit extremely hard with 200 and some thousand cases every day, more than 1,000 people dying every day on this virus. And the more I think about it, this all somehow has a cause. And of course, when you look at the travel and tourism industry, travel and tourism is one of the causes. So how do you think a future president, now we have a little bit of time because we have till January, we still have to deal with President Trump, but how should President-elect Biden prepare to make an immediate impact in January in regards to the pandemic, and where this country is, and about the country's standing overseas, specifically in Europe and in Asia?
Well, as far as the pandemic is concerned, I and many friends of mine around the world have watched in horror as the Trump administration has abrogated all responsibility for public health. And what we had seen beginning to happen, you mentioned the number of cases, the number of deaths, the US was beginning to become a sort of super spreader potential, which is terrible for American citizens, and also from a tourism perspective was likely to have an incredible damaging effect of limiting tourism to the United States and limiting tourism from the United States, because you can't be in a situation where people who are potential spreaders are actually getting into the system. So if only for that, it's not only for that, but if only for that, the election of President Biden and his administration will bring some proper governance into the situation. And I believe that in the coming months, they'll do what every other country in the world is doing, which is deal with it as a public health emergency. Um, it's terrible what it does to economies, but the reality is the economy can only get right once you have the pandemic under control. And I know President Biden has announced that he has a plan. On Monday, he's going to put his own task force together. And I think we'll see with this being dealt with following the recommendations of the scientists and the doctors, not diminishing them, calling them names, ignoring their recommendations. And it's in the context of a very bad situation, because the pandemic is very bad. Today is a very, very good day.
Yeah.
The second thing I think that President Biden will do, which is for me and my focal point in life at the moment, he'll bring the United States back into the Paris Agreement, where it should have been all along. Donald Trump took it out. Only 3 countries in the world were outside the Paris Agreement: the United States, Nicaragua, and Syria. It's a total mockery. The United States is a massive contributor to global pollution, to greenhouse gases, and was an architect of the Paris Agreement under President Obama. And it's night and day to have the US back in there. And he said that's the first thing that he will do. And then the third thing, I think, which I think is incredibly potentially positive, is he's going to deal with the economy by bringing in his own version of a Green New Deal, and put a lot of emphasis on infrastructure. He'll quickly put a stimulus package together. I'm sure because of his long experience in the Senate, he'll be able to work across the party lines and put a decent stimulus package together. And that should get the economy going. And when the economy starts to get going, tourism will begin to ramp up. And with proper public health controls, tourism to and from the United States should begin to ramp up. And during the course of 2021, and it will take some time, this is a big hit, this pandemic, but during the course of 2021, I think we'll begin to see a re-emergence of travel and tourism as a strong and powerful world industry. And I sincerely hope that the kind of tourism that comes back is one which is less focused on quantity and more focused on quality and sustainability. And certainly from the perspective of Senex Malta, we've put some tools in place that allow people to develop a new approach to a green and clean kind of tourism, one which fits in with the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, and one which fits in with the Paris Climate Agreement. So I think it's a whole new beginning with the Biden administration, and it brings back decency into international affairs. You won't see the Biden children on the television screen all the time. You won't see Hunter Biden sitting in the US place in the G20, which you saw Ivanka Trump doing, which was just ridiculous, a complete distortion of international relations. So as you can see, I'm delighted to be able to comment on this, because I think this has been a watershed, not just for the United States, but for the whole world economy, and for civility in international relations.
And this is completely the case. Specifically, if you look at where we are here, and I know we have a lot of our readers watching us now on Hawaii News Online and some of our local channels, we were able to get to this. Hawaii always has been quite different in the United States when it comes to climate, environmental protection, and so forth. I think Hawaii was also the only state that had been locked up literally from the outside world and from tourism starting in early April, end of March, till just recently, about 3 or 4 weeks ago. And
you have my dog in your picture. Can you see it?
Wonderful, wonderful. We love dogs. And and
sorry about that.
No, that's great. And of course we have run our economy against the brick wall, and the numbers, as you said, the numbers are not coming back even after we opened up tourism with testing. The numbers now, in the first day we had 7,500 tourists arriving in Hawaii. A normal day would have been 30 to 35,000, what was good. But then the numbers went back down to about 1,600, 2,000. And we don't know the latest. Our governor is now, with the help, hopefully, of the State Department, talking to international destinations. And we just opened up to allow visitors from Japan to come here. The only downfall is when Japanese go back home, they have to go 2 weeks in quarantine. So we're working with them to do this. And I love the statement our governor made at a press conference just about 3 days ago, when he said, well, here you really wish we wouldn't be part of the United States, because we have to follow all these restrictions on a national level when it comes to bubbles, travel bubbles, and open up travel and tourism. How do you see, you're talking about quality tourism, and you're talking about reopening the tourism industry to save the economy. And if you compare Hawaii with many other jurisdictions like Florida, where you literally just opened the industry, Georgia even worse, and you can see right now these two states are suffering tremendously, probably because of this. Well, what do you think would be a good approach when it comes to the tourism world to think about reopening?
The reality is we ought to be following public health rules. A lot of time is spent inside the industry, as it is in most industries, seeing how you can get back to the situation as it used to be. But the fact is, our sector of the economy is a tricky one, because we have the potential to spread the virus. You know, if you're a manufacturing company and you're producing cereal or widgets or something, you have to be careful with your health conditions, but you're not actually a potential spreader of the virus. Whereas people traveling between locations, it only takes one person to get you into a new startup situation. So we have to be super vigilant. And I think we will need to have strong, effective, widely agreed rules at all airports in the world and at all border crossings that make sure that everything has been done that is possible to contain the virus. And this will take time. Testing takes a while, it's costly. Those elements have to be, the price of testing, the speed of testing has to be brought down. The universality of testing has to be put in place. And this requires international negotiation, which of course President Biden and his team will be well aware of and well open to, and which the current administration has simply not been able to do. So I'm optimistic about the capacity for putting a new system in place, but I'm also very cautious. It's going to take time. We have hundreds of airports around the world. We have thousands of planes operating every day. And much as one would like to say it can go back to normal quickly, it won't go back to normal quickly. And the new normal will be very different. We'll have to get used to different conditions in airports. different conditions on aircraft, and different documentation that people will have to have when they're traveling internationally. We're going to have to use a lot more digital containing of information, so that when you go through borders, you'll be able to put your mobile phone into onto a scanner and be able to move through the system this way, knowing that you're showing some sort of publicly recognized certificate that shows that you're free from COVID-19. And this is going to take time, whether we want it to happen quickly or not. It's better that it happens safely and securely.
And I think in the long end, everyone will gain, including tourist destinations. If you open up too quickly, I think I sense this. The danger is that you cannot sustain it, you know.
Yes, and it's, you know, it's not, Donald Trump's been saying it's like the flu, but it kills people. And that's, you know, we get numbed, we forget the numbers. But as you said, there's 250,000 plus new cases in the United States every day, and 1,000 people dying. And, you know, we need to make sure that that's under control, and that we don't allow the virus to determine how our world will evolve, because that's what was happening in the world's most important marketplace under the Trump herd immunity, laissez-faire attitude. I think the Biden administration will take us back to a world which we were familiar with, where governments recognize the seriousness of the challenges in front of them and confront them in a professional and proper way.
Yeah, and it's really a little bit, it went out of proportions. We're getting numb when it comes to these numbers. If you look at the biggest disaster we had in the United States, the terror attack on the World Trade Center with 3,000 some hundred people dead, we now have the same number every 3 days. If you look at a plane crash, what is going to be publicized for weeks, every day, if 200 or 300 people die, we have 3 times as many every single day. And to calling it a flu, I agree with you, is just complete lunatic. But Jeffrey, this was very good insight. And anything else you'd like to add?
No, I'm just jealous of how beautiful it looks in Hawaii behind you. And the only thing I'll add, it's good to see you looking well. I've participated in a number of the events that you're holding. You're doing an incredible job with ETN in getting messaging out to the industry in these days. And it's just good to see you looking so well and enjoying life in difficult times.
Well, I think that's what we thank you. You know, I probably could look, I haven't stood up, but I got to lose more weight here, you know, because I haven't had the guts to go to the gym, but I try to keep my pool exercise in place. And I'm lucky I live in a building where we have a nice pool. So that's a good thing. But yes, we all have to stay healthy. That's very important.
You should tell the truth. You're probably sitting there in your boxers.
No comment.
So you can't stand up.
It's always delighting to talk to you, Jeffrey, and I hope you have a good night. And
yeah, thanks.
You stay healthy as well, and good night to Belgium, and we talk to you soon.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Thanks for thinking of me. Bye.
Bye-bye. Aloha, good morning. My name is Jürgen Steinmetz, joining you from livestream.travel, reporting this morning for eTurboNews. And with me is Natasha Caputo, and she is the Director of Tourism from Westchester County, I believe, in New York. And welcome, Natasha. How are you?
Thank you. I'm good. How are you? It is a pleasure to join you today on this show, and thank you for having me and the opportunity to talk about Westchester County in the Hudson Valley here in New York.
Perfect. And I would love to hear more, and I think so our audience. I have to say, being in Hawaii on the other end of our great country, it is, we don't know much. Everyone knows New York City, of course, and that's one of my favorite cities. And I know a place called Trenton, New Jersey, outside from New York. I was there as an exchange student many, many, many years ago. But I don't know, where's Westchester County, and what is it all about?
I think that's a great place for us to start. So Westchester County borders New York City. We are at the heart of the Hudson Valley region here in New York State.
Aloha, good morning. My name is Jürgen Steinmetz, joining you from livestream.travel, reporting this morning for eTurboNews. And with me is Natasha Caputo, and she is the Director of Tourism from Westchester County, I believe, in New York. And welcome, Natasha. How are you?
Thank you. I'm good. How are you? It is a pleasure to join you today on this show, and thank you for having me and the opportunity to talk about Westchester County in the Hudson Valley here in New York.
Perfect. And I would love to hear more, and I think so our audience. I have to say, being in Hawaii on the other end of our great country, it is, we don't know much. Everyone knows New York City, of course, and that's one of my favorite cities. And I know a place called Trenton, New Jersey, outside from New York. I was there as an exchange student many, many, many years ago. But I don't know, where's Westchester County, and what is it all about?
I think that's a great place for us to start. So Westchester County borders New York City. We are at the heart of the Hudson Valley region here in New York State. Westchester County is surrounded by two bodies of water. We have the beautiful and mighty Hudson River on one side, and the gorgeous Long Island Sound, the Sound Shore, what we call, across from Long Island on our other side. The county is comprised of major cities and some very beautiful vistas. Right behind me, you'll see one of our waterways here, the reservoir. We have a lot of activity from our arts and cultural community. We have active and working farmland. We have beautiful international world-class museums and music venues like Caramore, which host jazz events in the summer. I had to stop myself because not this year, but we are ready and poised and ready to welcome our visitors, sometime soon. We are also only about 45 minutes, believe it or not, from JFK International Airport, less than 40 minutes from LaGuardia. We're convenient, we're close to New York Stewart International Airport, and here in Westchester, we have our own regional airport, Westchester County Airport. So we are a very convenient spot outside of New York City with a lot of value. We have over 40 hotels, 6,700 room nights. Many of our properties are overlooking the Hudson River or the Sound Shore with beautiful vistas. And again, they're full service and includes luxury. We are home to the Castle Hotel and have a new opening in COVID called the Abbey Inn and Spa in Peekskill, which is one of our, the northern tip of the river towns, historic river towns that we call. I also want to add our convenient spot to New York City. Out of Grand Central Terminal, we have over 42 different Metro North spots. So we make for an excellent, just a back and forth ease when traveling, not only for our domestic visitors, but our international visitors as well.
And now in COVID age, of course, people are talking a lot about domestic and regional tourism. Some people think it's safer to get in the car or maybe even get on the train to go places. This would be an ideal situation. Are you guys already accepting tourists back, or you're still in closed and lockdown? How's the situation?
Well, New York, I mean, overall, New York State is now, I think we're, the lowest number, second to the lowest state numbers here. And in Westchester County, we've taken every safety measure, and public safety is our number one for sure. We've launched our Westchester with Care program. Now, it is a safety pledge, but it's even more than that. It's a platform that we've introduced, and we plan to and continue through the future, because I think that this is something all top of mind for all. From visitor standpoint, we are definitely see our short, quick turnaround visitors coming into our hotel properties, where it might be from NYC and New York City or other spots of the area here in New York State. So the flow of welcoming our folks throughout New York State, that kind of hyper local visitation is happening. And certainly, as I mentioned, our waterways and our hike and bike trails. I mean, we run from an amateur to an enthusiast as far as hiking and biking. We saw a lot of activity with kayaking and sailing. So there's a lot of opportunity for the social distancing, the safe, and also having these, I call them the vistas, or these kind of big reflective places, so we can all just enjoy a little bit of outside time.
Yeah, I know, of course, you're very different from what many people think New York is about, Manhattan. And we all heard about the situation in Manhattan when COVID started. It was scary. And then there's a wave what kind of hit everyone, including us here in Hawaii. And how's the situation now? You hear a lot of feedback that your part of the country is kind of getting back to a sense of normalcy. Is this true?
Well, I think we're all working with the new normal. And
Right.
I think that we're also all taking it as, I say, day by day, and being responsible. So our restaurants have been very creative, or our areas throughout Westchester County. And we have big cities. I always say we're the urban and suburban in that sense, in our big cities, with having outdoor dining and setting that up for the restaurants, doing our retailers, and having shops out. So we are open. And I mentioned Westchester with Care, and one of the goals is, as this evolves, is highlighting our local business. I mean, much of travel and tourism are small business, and highlighting how they're opening their doors and being creative and innovative in this new normal is important to communicate. So it's a slow and steady approach here in Westchester County, and with all of our tourism partners.
Now, when you when you look at, for instance, here where I'm at in Hawaii, if you go to a restaurant, and the restaurant just opened literally just about a week or 2 weeks ago, and we have a tier system, so it goes down from the worst to the best. We're now in the second worst, what is an improvement because we were in the worst. But for instance, if you really wanted to go to a restaurant, you have to sign in, give your name, so it's traceable. Are there similar type of regulations in New York?
Well, I think there's similar types of protocols. Each one of our tourism partners and our hoteliers have affirmed and have created and following the New York State forward guidelines on the reopening. The state had reopening phases, and and they've had to follow those steps. And part of Westchester with Care is, pledging that they have done their due diligence and have come up with their safety measures and those safety guidelines in place. There is contact tracing here in many spots also. Many of our restaurants are really focused more on the kind of outdoor dining. We have a limit of 50 people gatherings in our properties, but you'll see that there's been a lot of innovative creating pods outside. As I mentioned, a lot of our hotels and our properties have big space, so which is to our benefit, because you're able then to space that out and offer everyone a very memorable experience.
And you have a lot of, from what I can sense, a lot of outdoor activities in Westchester. really is nice to get. If I was living in a city like New York, Manhattan, it's probably would be quite a relief to go to Westchester and enjoy open spaces. Is that kind of the feeling you're getting?
And that is exactly, thank you. That is exactly it. We have the open spaces and the ability to, and I say a safe social distance experience. I mean, I will share with you, we have the only wolf conservation group, institution here in the northern part of Westchester. It is the wolf conservation. It is the only one here in North America. Oh, I just dropped somebody. That takes place. We have an alpaca farm. We have hiking, we have biking, and again, from the amateur to the enthusiast, we have bike rentals along the Hudson River. You can rent kayaking. You could take cruises and see the beautiful, in this temperature, we have foliage change, right? All of our, the beautiful, the colors, seeing that. And we anticipate, we have events that are going to be taking place in the winter time. We have Winter Wonderland. We have outdoor activities at our historic homes. So it's really just trying to build out based on what we can do. Again, it's all about following those safety guidelines that have been put in place.
Yeah, when you look at the new information circulated around the world from Brand USA about the diversity of our tourism industry in the United States, Westchester definitely would be in tandem with anyone once we go back to normal and we open our borders, for example, also for European tourists to explore Westchester after a city stay in New York. Is that kind of the when you look at international tourism, the tourism you had or you envision?
Oh, we welcome, absolutely. And we do envision that getting back to that. As I said, our close proximity to the international airports makes us a great, a great spot to visit. And I will say, for the first time here, the Michelin Guide had included some Westchester County restaurants where we have the culinary experience. It's a very intimate experience with our chefs, whether it might be, a Dave DeBarry or a Jean-Georges, who has restaurants in the city, but it's just a very different feeling and a much more intimate dining experience here. Our farm to table has growing. I feel like we're at a pause and we're open, but that as a destination, we definitely don't lack the travel product for our guests to enjoy here.
And this, your program, Westchester with Care, you sent us a press release back, I think, the end of September. And you're saying that all participants in this program have to do an online pledge on your website to follow certain guidelines. How does it work, and how now it's a month later, so it's maybe a good way to talk about how is this program going for you?
It's going great. We have over 110 participants across really all the various business industry segments, where it's hoteliers, from restaurants to retailers to smaller mom and pops. We did even open it up to be very inclusive for local community, because it's a way just to get a better understanding and have that network of following what are the CDC, New York State Department, health guidelines and cleanings and best practices. So if you go to visit westchesterny.com/Westchester with Care, you'll see our pledge form. And then we've created toolkits, because how do we communicate and having that inclusivity that as a whole, the county and a destination for residents and visitors, we take into account the well-being and the safety of all of our guests. And we're going to grow on it. We've just had a video production team talking to some of the businesses, what are some of the creative things that they are maybe doing from safety. You mentioned, contact tracing and keeping less, temperature takes, communicating with their employees on a daily basis of what's happening. And that has worked. That's been a real positive for us, for sure.
Wonderful. Now, let me ask you, your organization is called Westchester County Tourism and Film. What's the film part? I'm just curious.
Well, tourism and film go hand in hand. We are one of the busiest county outside of the New York City area for filming. We do over $30 million of economic impact for all our local municipalities.
Wow.
So the other hat I wear is running, we permit county-owned properties where it might be our jail, our parks, a morgue, and then facilitate with all our municipalities and our tourism partners on how to be film friendly. And I'll give you a great example of being creative in COVID is our hotel with bigger ballrooms have qualified their space to be a qualified production facility. Here it's the Westchester Marriott. So we're not seeing these big events, but if you have the space and you can convert a ballroom into anything and convert that into a set or being, a production facility, that's a way of business. We have resumed filming. There's also another strict set of guidelines that take place into that. But really having the episodic, the movies shot here and showing our backdrop, because we are very diverse. The four corners of Westchester, I mentioned we have big cities, we have our river towns, we have the Sound Shore, and then the northern part of Westchester has a very rich history and equestrian. We are home to the golf. We just hosted with no spectators, but we were home to the USGA US Open here in September at Wingfoot. We will just announce that in June, big events happen here, and our broadcast in June, we will be home to the Kennel Club Westminster Dog Show that usually takes place at the Garden. We will be home to that here in Westchester County next June. So filming and seeing Westchester County in the backdrop is a key. It's a good driver. It's like, where is that spot? Where is this beautiful place? Where is that, that restaurant and that chef or that hotelier in that, in that area? We have a lot of smaller towns that have our all-Americana picturesque, that's been very popular. And we also are home to many art houses. We're home to the Jacob Burns Film Center in Pleasantville. That is, it's one of our leading art houses in the country, the Pelham Picture House. So it's a good tie-in for us, for sure.
And it's very interesting. I know those of you that are part of our rebuilding.travel network, we had recent discussion on how to enhance tourism and film. The film industry is definitely has an enormous impact and could be promoted throughout the crisis. And it looks like your area is leading in this. If anyone wanted to get advice from you, what would be your advice for anyone in the world who wanted to add the film industry to their tourism industry? How would you get this started?
We started, just really asking questions of the industry and of what their needs are and how we could be more accommodating. And we really did learn the business from a sense of, what is it that you need? Understanding and talking that language is important. It's similar to an event load in, but it's not in that sense. And a lot of the business we do is episodic, which is a very quick turnaround and being nimble in order to address the needs. And more so now in this circumstance, in this business landscape we're working on is really important. We are a resource for the industry. If there's an idea, a spot, and you go onto our visit westchesterny.com film section, we've created image galleries, FAQs. We have a whole GIS mapping about where you may want to be and where you need to be close proximity to certain areas. We have great relationships with all of our municipalities, our towns, our villages to understand what their capacity is and capability. The worst is to bring in a production and then not being able to help that production succeed. And we've been growing. As I said, we are the busiest outside. Our close proximity to New York City works. There's a ton of filming there. We have great relationships with the city, as well as some of our neighboring counties. But we were home to The Post. We were home to many films. You can see them all. We have great active blogs on our website and talking to location scouts and some of the talent that's been here.
And your website, from what I understand, it's called visitwestchesterny, all spelled together.com.
Yes.
We're about to put this in our article so people can actually take a look. And when I'm looking at your website, something comes up right away. I find this interesting. It says comfortable and stay a while. I know we have been discussing also on rebuilding.travel long-term stays, and this was a big discussion. It's a big discussion in many destinations. Barbados, I think, started with this, where they issued visas for people to stay more than a month if they wanted to work. We in Hawaii have been trying to do the same during the quarantine requirement, what was just lifted for our state. Is this something you guys are looking at, to want people to stay and work from maybe more pleasant and beautiful surroundings?
Right. Well, we are for sure thinking of all that creativity. And there's also, for the folks that have many families may need a different setting for the remote schooling and the remote learning. And that's been something we look at in offsite. We have higher educations. We have students who will go and stay at one of our properties to study. It really is about being creative on how we're kind of working through this. I will say that a lot of what we're seeing is the weekends, where we're so, you're talking about driving, we're very accessible by driving and close by, 90 minutes, 90 miles to 250 miles getaway, or an easy getaway to that. And we've seen a lot of weekend stay for a while here, whether it's our luxury, smaller B&Bs, even to the full service hotels.
And maybe one more thing I noticed when I go into your website, when you go to westchesterny.com, on the right side there you have a survey and a questionnaire you're asking web visitors to respond to. And I went through this, and it looks like it really provides some interesting data for an organization like you from the visitors. Many, of course, of our listeners are travel professionals. They may be in charge of a different tourism board. So I'm just wondering, how is this working for you? What kind of data are you gathering? Because they didn't ask me for my email necessarily. I could do this on a volunteer basis, but you're getting data why someone would want to come to Westchester, what the plans are when they're coming. Is this data used for planning purposes, or how do you take advantage of it?
Well, we take advantage of it by looking at the data and then building new content out. We're taking this as an opportunity. Every crisis has an opportunity, and really we saw an increase into our website for reserving our visitors and our guests that are coming and inquiring information. And if you'll see, we've started to build out more on the content side of the website and some new content. We did, for example, during the summer, we did a top list of the best engaging even our locals. We all are looking for something that's familiar. American heritage trails. We've also our farm trail, things that again have the ability for social distancing, safety, and activities to take place.
Wonderful. I think you gave us a lot of information. Is there anything else you wanted to say or you wanted to make sure we cover?
I just want to say thank you. This is a good opportunity. My passion is travel and tourism, and we'll be back. It's just working with you and networking and just talking about what works and what doesn't work as we all get through this together is really important for the industry.
Yeah, we're all in this together, as we always say.
I know it's so cliche, but it's so true in this instance, right? I mean, it really is. You're resilient, and being creative, and we talked about building content and just finding new ways, of communicating, and top of mind, we're all going to want to travel soon and as safe as possible. And we are here and ready in Westchester County. I mentioned one hotel, we had another Spring Hill Suite. So we have openings, we have event announcements. And that is something that's great to look forward to.
No, I agree with you. Thank you very much, and I hope we talk to you again soon.
Absolutely, and thank you again for having. This was a real pleasure.
And please stay safe, but and enjoy the nature. I love the pictures on your website.
You need to visit.
It's on my
Sounds good.
bucket list now. Take care. Bye bye.
Take care. Bye bye.
Aloha. Good morning. My name is Jürgen. Good morning from Hawaii. My name is Jürgen Steinmetz, and I'm going to be your host, and also I'm involved in the African Tourism Board, and I will explain it. We're expecting a record audience today because we're also testing a new system. This is the first time we do this. We had a total of 504 people registered for the event on Zoom. I know not everyone will also be us, but we're offering options we never had before. You actually see this event now on live stream on every single Facebook page we have, including the African Tourism Board Facebook. You also see it on the African Tourism Board website, and you see it throughout on every single page on eTurboNews right now on top of every article. So we do expect a lot of people joining in. We are live on YouTube as well, and we're live on LinkedIn. And it's a new test. So the system is brand new, and if something happens, please take my word, we tried our best. We worked very hard on it. I wanted to first, before we start, in the background, thank my colleague Oleg. He's here in Honolulu, and he's helping us to admit people to this forum. Before we start, I wanted to recognize actually almost so many of you, so maybe I shouldn't recognize anyone and just start, otherwise we're going to have 10 minutes of recognition, but I see Alain, I see Taleb, I see Walter Menzebi, of course my co-host Peter Tarlow, and everyone is here. So without further ado, let's start. The event will also is recorded. So later on, we're going to put it on all our channels on livestream.travel and so forth. And so you can actually listen to it anytime you want. This is the African Tourism Board today is celebrating its second birthday. And this should be a very easy announcement, but it's really not that easy. Here it's why. The African Tourism Board actually may have 4, and maybe today is even the 1st birthday of the organization, because we are growing. And I want to explain this a little bit. Earlier in 2018, my company eTurboNews, most of you probably know. May I just ask anyone who's not speaking to mute yourself so we don't get the background noise. I try to do this, but it's hard to do it manually because we do have a lot of background noise. Now, I'm going to mute everyone again so we can start from scratch. Okay, so I think we're good now. So back in 2018, in the beginning, like mid-year 2018, my company eTurboNews registered a number of websites in order for an advertising and marketing project we had planned. And one of these websites was africantourismboard.com. There was no intention at the time to really start an African Tourism Board. It was a marketing exercise. And when people saw this, I guess it caught some attention.
Because the guidance varies from nation to nation.
Me trying to. Joyce, if you can please keep muted, don't unmute yourself because that's where the background noise starts. Thank you very much. And so when we had this website, I got some important phone calls. One was from Carol Weaving. She is the managing director for READ, and she may actually be on this call.
and Reed is the organizer for the World Travel Market in Cape Town and in London. And she thought this was a wonderful idea. This was endorsed by our friend Dr. Taleb Rifai, who is with us now. He was the former Secretary General for the UNWTO for many years. And so out of an idea, something more substantial emerged. So with the help, the initial help of the World Travel Market and Reed, and I think these are really the initial people who brought us forward, we had an event during the World Travel Market in London. And before we went to this event on November 5, and this is really the second birthday we're celebrating here, it was the first time a group of people came together and discussed how can we really have an African tourism board. And among these people, you have Alain St-Ange, who is going to be speaking in a few minutes. We had Taleb Rifai, and we had my friend and partner at the time with the International Coalition of Tourism Partners, Professor Jeffrey Lipman. We had Graham Cook, the president and founder of World Travel Awards. And we had a first sponsor. And this is, I have to say, a very special thank you, because he's still one of our good friends and sponsor, very active, Tony Smith from the iFree Group in Hong Kong. So we all came together. And besides the initial group, we had ministers of tourism and heads of tourism boards. Now, remember, we had the minister from Mauritius, from Sierra Leone, Seychelles, Cape Verde, Uganda, and also the former minister from Zimbabwe, attending the event and actually made some remarks. So this was very exciting for us, because now from just an idea, the African Tourism Board converted into something really potential. And there was a lot of thinking at the time, a lot of phone calls back and forth. So we decided and made an announcement at the World Travel Market in London that we will have our official launch at the then upcoming travel market in Cape Town, what happened in April of 2019. In order to do this, calling us an African tourism board, we needed people on the ground. So I used the eTurboNews database to find people, and people responded in huge numbers and with great interest. So it was very encouraging. We had, I think, initially members in almost 20 African countries that wanted to join. When we put a call out for board members, we had people like Arvind, who's joining us from Zimbabwe, and we had people from all over Africa saying we want to do something. And in order to get ready in April, of course, we needed a true leadership. And so we put out a call for a CEO, we put out a call for a chairman of the organization, but we didn't really have any money. The initial thought for this organization was to have a for-profit company that is doing marketing for Africa. And as more we got into this, really, and especially after we had a very successful first launch in Cape Town, it was decided to look at a different approach and really start an organization. In Cape Town, Alain and myself, I think, and Peter were in Cape Town, and we talked to Doris Werfel and asked Doris Werfel to take over the function of a CEO. We met the first time Cuthbert, who was one of the most dedicated persons I've ever met, and he's on this call and is the chairman of the organization. And so it became, over the next few months, quite an active organization. We formed many committees. We tested a lot of things. Some approaches worked, other approaches didn't work. But most important, the organization was converted from an idea of a for-profit marketing company into a non-profit NGO. It was registered in South Africa. And finally, and now we're getting to the first birthday, in November of 2019, or December better, after the World Travel Market in London, the second one, the African Tourism Board was approved as an NGO, what of course changed everything. So we were able to officially move from Honolulu, Hawaii, and became truly African. And the organization formed into something what I believe is very important for not only at that time for the future of African Tourism Board, but the idea was always to give Africa a stand in the world to progress and become a major player in the travel and tourism industry. We had so many people that helped us, and there are so many people who donating their own time and their own dime, because no one gets actually paid for to do all of this. And that has been always, I think, for me, the most encouraging thing to continue with this organization. Now, 2 years into this, and I think we should prepare for our last birthday, what would be the launch of a different African Tourism Board. And that is something I think we're now slowly getting ready to conform the African Tourism Board into a true NGO, where actually you, the members, people in this organization, make the decisions. And this is really my goal from the very beginning. I've said this in London, I've said this in Cape Town. The idea is to put the African Tourism Board as a truly African organization run by Africans. And in my mind, these should be people who live in Africa, who have the citizenship of an African country, run this organization. And then us outsiders, I name like people like Talib Rifai, Peter, myself, and the many others that helped us from all over the world. I hope we still have a role in the organization and an advisory capacity. There could even be an advisory executive board. It all needs to be discussed. And I think this is what we're selling, really 2 years of success of an organization, what was really started by accident. And I have to tell you, I'm very proud this is happening. I know we have growing pains, and every organization has this, but I wanted to, first of all, thank everyone who helped to shape the African Tourism Board to what it is. And I think Peter actually brought a cake so we can actually celebrate the second birthday. Now, in today's program, we're going to hear from a lot of people. We have a full list of speakers. Some and most people, unfortunately, we only can give you about 2 minutes, others a little bit more, because we simply don't have enough time. But we can always repeat these sessions. We're very good in getting the message out. And believe me, the African Tourism Board is only as good as you are. We're all a group of volunteers. No one so far gets paid. We're all hoping for the big money to come in from the European Union so we can pay our bills, but that hasn't happened. Right now, we're going through COVID, and COVID is the biggest challenge, not only for Africa, for everyone. And again, the African Tourism Board stood up. Dr. Talib Rifai and Peter came up with the idea of Project Hope. We have Project Hope, what is a discussion for Africa to deal with the COVID situation and the COVID crisis, a crisis that has been very successful. And we're going a step further out of Project Hope. Something else I initiated was rebuilding.travel to expand this conversation actually to a global platform. And so we have Africa for Project Hope, we have rebuilding on the global platform, and the third youngest kid in our group is the World Tourism Network, what is also a new organization we will officially launch on December 1 with the World Expo attached to it. And we want to invite everyone from Africa to exhibit at this World Expo we will be announcing shortly, complimentary, so we can help Africa way forward. Now, I've said enough, but this is really what I wanted to summarize, because so many people have asked questions. What is the African Tourism Board, where it comes from? And that's how I see it. So I wanted, without further delay, give the microphone to Cuthbert Nkubi. He's the chairman of the African Tourism Board, has been there since April 2009, our first birthday. And I know Cuthbert has been working day and night on this organization and is a true inspiration, I think, for so many people. Welcome, Cuthbert. I don't know.
Thank you so much again. Really appreciate. It's good to meet my mentor, Alex and Ange. It's really a pleasure and honor to meet with you this afternoon. Dr. Tallo, Peter Tallo, Dr. Walter, and our patron, Dr. Taleb Rifai. And last but not last, Dr. Bijit Troa, we have come up with a very good concept, especially within the tourism sector, on how to motivate and enjoy ourselves. Dear friends and colleagues, at such a stormy times that requires a good sense and sobriety of judgment for all of us, as we navigate through the challenges that always retrogress the gains and the progresses achieved in our endeavors in making tourism a weapon that should and must bring us all together as a global family. As I always say, it is the only economic sector that dismantles the borders of prejudice, segregation, superiority tendencies. Tourism is recognized as a major global economic sector, as is more evident given the impact of the COVID-19. It is a social and cultural phenomenon, as it is all about people, all about connectivity, about us coming together as goal players, whether we want it or not, dear friends. We are all part of the web of life. Therefore, it is very imperative for us to come together as we navigate through. We are all members of our multifaceted and integrated network of existence. As we pause for a minute, not that we have reached a cul-de-sac, but still on the stretch of the highway ahead of us, it is time to pause and appreciate where we're coming from as an organization, where we're coming from as colleagues. This
I think we're losing you, Cuthbert, a little bit.
Along this pause will can you hear me again?
Now you're back, but you might want to repeat what you just said, because I don't think anyone heard this.
Colleagues, this pause will then afford us to have a renewed perspective on the task ahead of us. We need to give a rebirth on the initial vision from our pioneers who gave birth to the African Tourism Board. And by the way, we need to take recognition, because it is the right, noble, and civil thing to do. It is true indeed, as the saying goes, he who doesn't know his past cannot make the best of his present and future, and the past that we learn. As we celebrate the journey of African Tourism Board, from humble beginnings, progressing from where we are today, it gives me great honor to be part of this organization and part of the supportive team that have rallied, working tirelessly in shaping the direction of African Tourism Board. From the executive team, we have dispatched and supported our collective efforts. I salute you all, the head of the departments, our ambassadors, our chairs of committees, to our pathfinders who handed the battles to the wider audience of the African continent. We will always acknowledge and adore your dreams for a better Africa. Be assured, we will dispatch our duties with diligence and dedication without fear or favor. Elements, of course, will amount on our path with misconstrued ideas to fulfill their narrative that nothing can come out of Africa or nothing sustainable can be achieved by Black Africans. May I, in the most strongest terms, in the witness of our audience here today, that this fallacy, this misconception that has been perpetrated for decades by the colonizers, should and will find no room for us. African Tourism Board is not a centralized organ to benefit a few. It is your organ, and I will do whatever it takes to ensure the inclusiveness is achieved for all of us. And this organization is managed by Africans and Africa with support from our founding members. We will stand together as a team. We have ran a good race, colleagues. Let us therefore stand together. The future is bright on the horizon. This is the time to put our indifferences aside and build brick by brick. Africa stand up proudly. And Africa, I plead, rise and shine. Colleagues from the global community, tourism unifies all of us to be a one big family. Let us all dispatch the best we have for the benefit of tourism and in supporting of this great initiative, the African Tourism Board. In my closing remarks, Dr. Taleb, you have dispatched your commitment to this organization without fail. We will always be indebted to your drive and unselfishness towards the travel sector. We are learning and walking in your footsteps as we celebrate this milestone. May I take this opportunity to say thank you, and thank you all our audience and all our participants. Thank you so much here again.
Thank you very much, Cuthbert. I forgot to mention one important thing, and I made the announcement earlier. eTurboNews, as a sponsor of this event, is giving away 3 prizes, and they're very important. These prizes are meant for African companies, unfortunately, and for anyone who's actually here till the end. One is an advertising budget for $10,000 to be used in 2021, when we can hopefully build tourism again. The second prize is $2,500, and then the third prize is $1,000. How you can get this prize is very simple. Everyone who signed up here has a number. Right now, there are 511 people. We have numbers from 1 to 511. And with the speakers coming up, every speaker will just give us a random number. We're gonna write it down. So the number corresponds to the time they sign up. So the number every speaker needs to give us is a number between 0000 and 2400. At the end, if we get closest to the number, I'm sorry, not every speaker, but we have our VIPs. This is Cuthbert, who's not going to win the prize. This is Peter Tarlow, Dr. Taleb Rifai. Will give us a number between 000 and 2400, and those closest to the sign-up time will be announced at the end to win this prize. And I hope this is fair. Taleb and Cuthbert have no idea who it was, and I don't have any idea because we have to look it up. So I wanted, without further ado, I wanted to welcome now Dr. Taleb Rifai. He's joining us, I believe, from Spain. Welcome, Taleb. I think we may have lost him.
Thank you so much.
Oh, there is.
Thank you so much.
There you are.
Thank you so much, Jürgen. It's always good initiatives come from you, really, from Hawaii to Africa. I think that's a good message to resonate here. I want to thank my very good friend Alan also. Congratulate him. Alan, we all won, regardless of the results. You made us very proud when you ran for the presidency of Seychelles. We did not speak after that, but we're really, really grateful for you. You've raised our name up high. We're very proud of you. Cuthbert also, thank you so much for the good words you said. I can go on and on. Walter, Jeffrey, Peter, everybody here. Thank you so much all for being with us today. Now, I want to talk about 2 things. One is Africa in general, and the second one is ATB. Africa. What's Africa? Africa to me is my birthplace. I may not have the right color skin, I always say this. I may not have the right color eyes, but I'm African because we all are Africans. We all came out of Africa. Believe me, I mean what I say. We all came out of Africa. It's documented. It is a fact. So let's all not forget this. Now, Africa has not got its fair share throughout history. Europeans and Western world, and even some of the Eastern world, including my own world, the Arab world, have subjected Africa and African people to so many hardships throughout history. Until today, I have not heard anybody that has apologized for the record on the behalf of these centuries of slavery that Africans went through. I think the world owes that to Africa, because Africa is on the rise now. Africa will come back. I have no doubt about it. Future is Africa. I always believe in that. I said that to Jürgen when he first offered me and Casper together to become the patron of ATV. I said that and I really mean it.
É triste, sabe?
Sorry?
No, I think it's Talib, I'm sorry, someone didn't mute themselves, so sorry
It's
about
okay.
that.
It's okay. It's okay. I thought Casper was saying so. Okay. Casper and Jürgen, I remember when you offered me to become the patron, I didn't hesitate for a minute because I believe in Africa. I truly believe. It's in my blood. It's in my system, my DNA. Africa is the future, without doubt. Now, as I said before, Africa has done the world a favor. The world has not paid back its debt to Africa. The world is all indebted to Africa now. And Africa is climbing up again. That's why what Jürgen said is very correct. We need to keep African destiny in the hands of Africans. People like Peter, myself and Jürgen must step aside a bit and leave it for the Africans to run their show, because Africa has a lesson to teach the world, the whole world. Believe me, that's true. I truly mean that. Now, when the idea of ATB came aboard, I jumped on it. I said I'm ready to work in any capacity. They were kind enough to offer me the position of patron. Now, Africa Tourism Board today, as you heard from Jürgen and from Casper, is passing through the very natural symptoms of growing up, becoming famous. We have done a lot of good work, all of us together, because we were all together, as Casper said. But these pains of growing up, we cannot deny them. We need to be together in this. I will not give up on Africa. I will not give up on ATB. I'm saying this very clear and loud. I think this is a message that must be resonating to anybody. I'm ready to help in whichever capacity. Amen. I want to thank all of you once again. Happy birthday. I still remember that day in London, Jürgen, when you came and asked me to speak at your meeting. I spoke some words from the heart, as I did now. I believe in Africa. Let's all learn around Africa. Africa is something great. I had the honor and the privilege of visiting so many African countries, meeting so many of the good African people. And I'm very, very proud of it. Walter, I owe you particularly big debt. You know that. You know what I'm talking about. Walter, I'm very happy that you're with us. Thank you all so much. Thank you very much, everybody. See you.
Thank you, Talib. Much appreciated. Before I let you go, I didn't ask Cuthbert. We need 3 people to give me a 4-digit number. So give me a 4-digit number between 0 and 2400.
2399.
2399. Okay, 2399. Okay, now we're going from 2399 to our good friend Alain, who was also there from the very beginning, president of the African Tourism Board, joining us from beautiful Seychelles. Hi, Alain. Good morning, or good evening, I guess, where you are.
It's evening here, yes. Hi, Alain.
Yes, it is good evening. Welcome, everyone. And let me start by saying happy birthday to ATB. 2 years ago, when we met in London, a few of us together, the idea was to see what Africa can do for Africa. And that WTM event, small as it was, a few of us spearheaded this idea of coming together for the world to see Africa as one, and for Africa to see itself with a new vision and a new way forward, for us to be able to say, this is Africa. I'm reminded at times like this of the song that was played when the FIFA World Cup went to South Africa. This is Africa. And we must look at the spirit of that song that brought the world of football and the world at large into Africa. We must be able to stand together and look at us as the different 54 states of Africa and look how we can really solidify this working together that we should do. Yes, the road is long. And yes, the road will have a lot of potholes. Some of us will fall on the wayside. It is normal. But we must stand firm with the one objective of working for Africa. We have everything. Everything from beach holidays to safaris, to mountains, to pyramids, you name it, to the waterfalls of Zimbabwe that I discovered with Minister Mzembe. We must be able to say to ourselves,
the people,
we have everything.
people of
But it is when we remain united together that we will be able to achieve for Africa what Africa needs us to achieve for itself. It won't come by itself. It is difficult. But if we remain convinced in the mission that was launched at WTM 2 years ago, and then at World Travel Market in Cape Town, where I took over the presidency of the organization, we will be able to say, yes, we were committed for Africa and we delivered for Africa. My wish is for us to continue to have in this community of nations where the world is one, to have people that are beyond our borders of Africa, to continue working with us. People like Jorgen, Jeffrey, Peter, all of us to come together. Because Taleb, I consider you from part of this great continent. So I don't mention you because you should be one of us. But the others, we need you to continue to work with us to grow Africa into what Africa needs to be. Together as one, we will achieve so much more for Africa. We must not be distracted as we celebrate the 2nd anniversary. Distractions only puts us 2 steps back instead of moving 2 steps forward. Let us remain connected. Let us remain convinced that we need to work for Africa so that Africa can rewrite its own narrative and showcase to the world, especially in this very difficult time of COVID-19, that Africa is present, Africa has everything, and Africa is working to relaunch itself. Happy birthday to everyone.
Happy birthday. Thank you, Alain. And I also need a 4-digit number between 0 and 2400 from you, please.
2466. My birthday is on the 24th.
Unfortunately, that one, we have to do 0066 then.
Okay,
no, cannot be
0066.
66. It has to be a time. Sorry, it wouldn't work like this. We need to have a also 2399. I'm going to change it, Taleb, if with your permission. I overlooked it to 2359 because it's a time. I'm going by the time people are registered. So could you give us a time, a 4-digit number, what could be converted into a time? I'm so sorry.
Well, 0024.
0024 will work. Thank you very much. And without further ado, and we're going to get to those outside Africa, like Dr. Tarlow and Jeffrey in a minute, but I wanted to give the microphone, please, to a very good friend of mine who also has been there from the very beginning. He was the former Minister of Tourism from Zimbabwe. He was also the Foreign Minister of Zimbabwe, but is now living in South Africa and has been essential for the African Tourism Board for Project Hope, and he's always there. Thank you so much, Walter Memzela.
Thank you, Jugen. Our in the beginning celebration on the consummation of the Africa Tourism Board should be a unifying force of the Africa we want to see in the tourism sector. The Bible, the Quran, and other books of faith are living legacies for human civilization only insofar as they are able to give elaborate genealogy of their main actors, especially the tracing of lineages. We too, it doesn't matter what we become or what Africa Tourism Board metamorphoses into the future, its genesis, its footprints to where it is today must be a matter of factual record, and those that inspired it acknowledged and celebrated. So our story ends here, but it also marks the beginning of our recommitment to nurture, grow, and locate Africa Tourism Board correctly and strategically in the mindset of our tourism stakeholders in the African continent, but also, even more important, globally. Our international cooperating partners, we have volunteered their precious time away from family and their own enterprises to nurture this dream of the Africa we want in the tourism and travel sector. We thank you. Don't tire. We value your support. So in this regard, thank you. I must really thank Taleb and your frontier of networks who followed you into ATB as patron. To my African brothers and sisters led by Alan as president of the organization, Cuthbert as executive chairman, all of you who have volunteered your expertise, knowledge, and zeal in pursuit of a new dawn in African tourism in the wake of COVID-19. Thank you for your goodwill and spirit of Ubuntu and African volunteerism. I conclude by thanking colleague ministers, active and retired, like me, Alan, and others, who have lent their credibility to this great concept by associating with African Tourism Board. But of course, it will be remiss if I don't personally mention Eugen, the visionary of ATB, a great friend whom I've journeyed with in the last 5-6 years in my aspiration and journey to be the #1 civil servant at Captain High Street. And a journey I concluded honorably in September 2017 in Chengdu, China. So thank you, Eugen, for being there for me. But even more importantly, it's a great pleasure to be in the company of those that I associated with in the decade and became friends and family. And I see all of them here. Thank you so much, and happy birthday to African Tourism Board.
Thank you very much. And you've been, as I said, you've been an inspiration, and you always bring wisdom into this organization. Thank you for that. We have a long list of people who wanted to address, and I wanted to just point out 3 more speakers. We want to give a little bit more than the 2 minutes we have for everyone else. And this is not a rating system here. I just was trying to get the microphone really first to those that have been with us for the last 2 years. And there are 2 more, I think, on this forum, or 3 more possibly. I cannot find the 3rd person, but I will announce her because I think I saw her earlier. Before we get to Peter Tarlow, it's the Honorable Minister Pratt from Sierra Leone. She was there also from the very first moment. I think I saw her before, but I cannot find her in this forum. So Minister, if you're here, just kindly raise your hand and we will give you the microphone anytime you come in. I don't see her, but I wanted to thank the minister anyway. She was the first one who said, and don't forget this, let's rally behind the African Tourism Board. And she said this from the very first moment. And I'm glad she gave us this push, what was really necessary for the next step for the African Tourism Board at that time. Now, I wanted to, before we get to Dima Katso, the ambassador chair for the African Tourism Board, I wanted to hear just from 2 more people who are not Africans, but who also have been there from the very beginning. One, of course, is my partner in the Safer Tourism Environment and also co-chair for World Tourism Network. And he's always part of our organization. He's joining us from Texas. And Dr. Peter Tarlow, welcome.
Thank you, and congratulations to everyone. I know there are a lot of people want to speak. This is supposed to be a birthday party. So one of the things I did is I went out today and I couldn't buy a birthday cake because I couldn't share it with everyone. So instead I bought 2 donuts to represent 2 years of African Tourism Board. And I thought before I say a few words that we all ought to stop for a second and just think happy birthday to the African Tourism Board. So if you like, and I'm not the greatest singer in the world, but please join me in singing happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear African Board. Happy birthday to you. I would share this with everyone, but I don't know how to do that. So I'm going to give it to the 2 colleagues who live next door because they need the calories more than I do. Say a few words just to, okay, I will just a few very quick words. First of all, we've all thanked everyone.
Happy birthday.
All right, we have an echo here. I think more than everyone, I need to thank my partner, Jürgen. We chatted about this as a brainstorming session about 2.5 years ago. Jürgen was truly the person who put his heart and soul into it. And none of us would really be here today without that. Secondly, tourism is all about, well, it's a business, and I understand that. Tourism is the connecting of hearts across the world, across the oceans. And I think we all really owe each other a debt of gratitude. We've become a family. We've come to love each other. We've come to care about each other. Every one of you have become important to me. Hopefully, I've added something to all of you. And so I think today is truly a day in which we can celebrate 2 years of growth. We started off as a baby. We're now going beyond the level of infant. And hopefully in the next few years, we'll be walking in just a great level. So thank you to everyone. I'm going to keep this very short, but happy birthday. And please imaginarily, virtually have a piece of birthday cake. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. And going from Texas to Brussels, I wanted to recognize Jeffrey Lipman, because after all, the African Tourism Board, before we even went to London, was a project put together by the International Coalition of Tourism Partners, where Jeffrey and I agreed to do that. And Jeffrey, of course, as you know, is still now the president of the International Coalition of Tourism Partners, among many other titles he has. And Jeffrey is all about climate and saving the world through the environment. But welcome, Jeffrey, you're a good friend. Welcome and joining us from Brussels.
Hi, Thomas. Jürgen, as you're known to everybody else in the world except me, and also to so many friends that are on this call. Somebody said that history is biography. And in this story, the central character is you, Jürgen, because in this amazingly confusing world that we now live in, made more confusing by the moron who is the leader of the free world, in this amazing world, we find that the ability to communicate and communicating through electronic means that most of us are not very good at using, you have become a master of this, Jürgen. And if anything binds us together, and there are many things which bind us together, there's friendship that binds us together. I look at the people who are on this call, Taleb, Alain, Walter, and we have been through many things together over the years, and we have, with you and like you, a great friendship and a common denominator that we are all continually interested in tourism. And you have managed to knit that together around the concept of an African, another African, and a new African entity, which somehow is absolutely right for this difficult time, because you have to be able to see each other, to talk to each other, to share ideas with each other. And you are the supreme facilitator of that. And I don't know about my other friends on this call. I'm fed up of Zoom meetings and team meetings and conferences and webinars. And I go to those where I feel some special bond, either with the people who are organizing them or with the subject. And you've managed to put two of those pieces together. And I think the message that I have on this birthday, I'm not going to sing. I'm not going to be like Peter and give everybody a cake that only he can eat. I'm going to say that this linkage that you make is vital to the future of anything like this organization surviving. The bureaucratic stuff drives me nuts, and we shouldn't do so much of it. We shouldn't worry about the titles and the organization and the structures. We've all been there, we've all done that. We should find one or two really important issues, and we should find a very simple set of messages on them that are relevant to helping Africa, helping Africans, and African tourism. And from my perspective, my message, as you said, is that climate change is existential. We have to factor it into all the things we do. And I'm involved in this activity because I want to make sure that the African Tourism Board does that. And I painfully will keep repeating that if we don't fix it, our grandkids will either freeze or fry. And we don't know which, we just know that it's going to happen. So I'm not going to take up any more time. I'm here only because you have made this a must on my agenda every time I get one of these notes. And all the best wishes to you, to the African Tourism Board, to the friends that I can see. Alain, congratulations on your terrific campaign that you did. You're the only person I know in the world who has done this kind of thing. You're outstanding in the way you do these things. And Taleb and all the others who we've worked with over the years, as long as we can keep having these mechanisms to communicate and you keep making them happen, Jürgen, we'll all be there for you and with you. So thank you for giving me the chance to speak.
Thank you very much, Jeffrey. And you're now, please give me a number also between 0 and 2,400. This is going to be the big prize. As I said, Jeffrey has been there even before our second birthday, and he cannot win the prize because only someone in Africa can win it. So Jeffrey, give me a number between 0 and 2,400. And it has to be a time number, what could be converted into a time.
11:11.
11:11 is good. It's actually the beginning of Carnival in my hometowns, Düsseldorf and Cologne. It's when Carnival starts on November 11th at 11:11 in the morning. I love that time. So from Brussels, I like to go over back to Africa to give the microphone to Dimakatso Malvela. And I'm sorry if I pronounce some names here incorrectly. She's the ambassador chair for the African Tourism Board. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Jürgen. And I would like to say job well done, but to greet all the leadership in this platform, ladies and gentlemen, and to say congratulations to ATB for the second year birthday. It is a milestone. to reach a second year or to reach any other year, there's a journey that one has worked on, and there are challenges, there are sometimes, the excitements and all those kind of things. But what I like about ATB, it is that platform, it is that organization that brings Africa together. And I can say tourism at this moment, it's the most critical sector. And we all know that it is the only sector that makes us to meet each other. And what I liked about the ATB is that in our presence, everything that has been done in our introduction to one another, we never focused on each and every one's country. Rather, we looked as Africa as a continent, and all of us as Africans, and to say each and every country in our continent. If I am sitting here, I'm a Zimbabwean, I'm a Zambian, I am a Kenyan. So we all the ambassadors, not for South Africa, if I'm from South Africa, but ATB has taught us that we are the ambassadors for the continent, not for the region, not for the country. With those few words, I would like to encourage us here and just one another. I know we've got the thunderstorms here. We are experiencing shower of rain. So anytime this can just kick me out. You can see the lightning at the back. But all I would like to encourage the leadership, the ATB, we're saying we are behind you. We are supporting this movement because through this movement, we will see Africa never being the same again. We're not only focusing on tourism alone, but we're talking about the tourism value chain, as we saw how the pandemic has crippled our economy. And we know that tourism, it is the backbone, when it comes to the economies of the country or of the continent. And with those words, I would like to encourage us and for us to encourage one another to say, let's stand together. There's a say that says, alone I can go faster, but together we can go far. And as we are standing here today, I am expecting, or hopefully we will be celebrating our 3rd year in the year to come, and we will be stronger. We will be talking about the impact that ATB has done in Africa. We will be looking back and say it was worth it. So in this year, which is 2020, with a lot of uncertainties, I can see the leaders who stood and say we can make it regardless of the situation. So I just want to say in those few words, thank you very much for this platform. And on behalf of all the ATB ambassadors, I say let's continue to rally behind our leaders. Let's continue to work together to make Africa the most attractive tourism destination for all, not only for Africans, but even globally. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Well said. And I love the thunderstorm. That's a sign of power, and we're going to be a powerful organization. Thank you so much. I was trying to give the microphone to Mary Cave, who has been helping tremendously. She's the chair of domestic tourism, but I don't think she is here. If you are here and maybe you're registered under a different name, I wouldn't be able to find you, but simply raise your hand and we'll give you the microphone. Before we go to World Travel Market and Read, I'd like to acknowledge also a good friend who has been with us actually from the very beginning of the organization. And this is Dov Kalman. He's joining us from Israel. And he has been in South Africa at our first birthday. Welcome and shalom, Dov.
Shalom, Jürgen, and thank you so much for setting up this wonderful party with the fireworks all around Africa. And here I even have 2 bottles of wine, which I'm going to drink on my own in order to celebrate this wonderful event. Actually, it was you 2 years ago or 1 year ago that came up with the proposal for me to join, and I said from the very first beginning that I love the idea, and I love, I'm dealing with destination marketing in my country, in Israel, And I believe that Africa is not only the most fascinating destination, but it's also the kind of, you know, the lost part of the travel world. 5% only of international tourism goes to Africa, and I believe, I'm convinced that Africa is the future, like also Taleb has mentioned before. And so I said immediately yes. I didn't think about the fact whether I'm African or not African. I believe in the message. I believe in the value of doubling tourism to Africa, and not just for the sake of business, but for basically for the most important value of tourism, which is getting rid of, you know, of xenophobic nationalism and ignorance and racism. I think there Africa has an additional message above any other destination that I know of, and it's, of course, it's the inspirational light that comes from that area. We are very close to Africa. We are only just, you know, a few hours away, and I find it a mission to get, you know, triple the number of Israelis to Africa. We just started, I mean, just an initiative that started just 2 days ago as a charter to Rwanda, which is just right now in these times. And I think that this is a major target of the ATB. It shouldn't be only a closed African community. It should be using people, like there are so many here this night that are marketing experts and love to be your ambassadors and try to help our common goal. It shouldn't be just a club of people, how influential and good they are, but I think you need the experts all around the world and the people all around the world who are willing to set up this to reach the 20th birthday and then have 20 bottles of wine here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dov. And from you, I like to give the microphone, and I'm not sure, Papi Lusala sent me a message right before that he also had really bad weather and wasn't able to connect, but he said someone else might be connecting. I don't know who that someone else is, but it's the people behind World Travel Market who gave us a presence right from the very beginning. So World Travel Market, Reed, if anyone is speaking for Papi Lusala, please raise your hand. I see Amanda Webeloved. Amanda, are you with Reed?
Yes. Hi, Jürgen. Good evening,
Hi.
everybody. Sorry, trying to take myself off mute.
Very good. Welcome. And I have to say, without Reed, as I said, there wouldn't be an African tourism board. So you guys are a part of our family from the very, very first beginning, and I'm honored to have you a part of our birthday celebration.
Thank you very much, Jürgen. We appreciate the invite and the opportunity as well to introduce World Travel Market Africa to our friends and colleagues on this platform this evening, and also a very happy birthday to African Tourism Board. Jürgen, did Papi share with you the video?
I don't have the video, I have to admit. So maybe, but I will add it. If you send me the video, I will add it to our archive and everyone will get a copy.
Wonderful. Thanks very much. So yeah, again, thank you very much for this opportunity. World Travel Market Africa delivers the leading global events in the travel industry. And we're very pleased this evening, as part of 6 shows in the WTM portfolio. The Africa event was launched in 2014 under the Africa Travel Week umbrella to support the travel and tourism industry and travel professionals across Africa. The event takes place in Cape Town in South Africa. It attracts over 6,000 industry professionals that attend. It's one of Africa's only leading business to business exhibitions for inbound and outbound African travel and tourism markets. The event itself for 2021 will be hosted 7th to 9th of April in Cape Town. And it's mirrored on the WTM flagship event that takes place in London, as well as the Arabian travel market in Dubai. And it delivers a proven mix of hosted buyers club members, media, pre-scheduled appointments, on-site networking, and invited trade visitors. The event is positioned to drive commercial success with year-round access on the ATW Connect platform, connecting industry professionals, news, developments, trends, and technologies from around the world. In terms of the 2021 show, we are, of course, monitoring the global trends with COVID-19, but our team are preparing for the physical show to take place in Cape Town. Exhibition stands and bookings are open, and we do encourage the industry to contact my colleague Papi Lazala from Reed Exhibitions if you've got any queries. And again, Jürgen, Peter, Cuthbert, thank you very much for this opportunity, and we wish you a wonderful birthday.
Thank you so much. And again, thank you for your friendship and partnership at Reed. And we're looking forward being part of the African event for the World Travel Market. And I like to now I see Mary joined us. I believe she's in Tanzania. Welcome, Mary Karakawa. Can you please unmute yourself? And I'm going to try to put you on the spotlight here. Not sure. Mary? There seems to be problems with the connection. So we can get back to you as soon as you maybe fix your... Oh, there you go. Okay. Mary, welcome. I don't think we can really hear. Oh, there's...
Hello, a very good evening.
Hi, Mary. How are you?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Now go ahead. Great. Okay, perfect.
Hello, Mary. How are you?
Hi, I'm fine. Thank you, Talib.
Hi, good morning. I just wanted to, yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
I'm fine. Thank you. Happy birthday.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Mary. I just wanted to make sure we give you the microphone for a minute because you have been also one of our essential partners, and in the African Tourism Board, you always been there with the Project Hope and all your good input and discussions. And we wanted to thank you and just give you an opportunity to say hi. Thanks for joining us. I hope everything is well on your end of the world. I think
yes, we are very fine. Thank you.
Perfect. Okay, and from Tanzania, I like to go.
So would you like me to say something?
I'd just like to go now to Mauritius, and we have a whole list of speakers. So if you can please try to limit your engagement maybe for about maximum 2 minutes, and so we can get everyone on board. We also have our gentleman, we're probably going to give just a few more minutes to from Zimbabwe, but let's go to Ibrahim in Mauritius. He is joining us. Let me just see how I can get him.
Hello.
Yes, hi Ibrahim. Good morning. I'm trying to put you in the spotlight, but I cannot find you. But as long as you can hear us, you can go ahead. Ibrahim is representing the ITIC, but the organizer of a very important upcoming event, what deals with investments and also investments to Africa. And I wanted him to just introduce himself and his event for just a couple of minutes. Welcome.
Okay, thank you so much, Jürgen. First of all, I have to say happy birthday to Africa Tourism Board. I remember very well when you started it 2 years ago. I mean, I think we started together, right? You were launching Africa Tourism Board in World Travel Market in 2018, and we were also launching our ITIC, International Tourism and Investment Conference in London. And I remember very well till now that very first call when we were talking about Africa Tourism Board, and you told me the concept of uniting Africa. I mean, all the countries of Africa. That was your concept. You were telling me, and I saw that really unique. It was a unique proposal, and I mean, we really supported that. And our chairman, Dr. Taleb Rifai, also supported it, and who has supported Africa Tourism Board to where it is today, together with all the other patrons, president like Alain, Cuthbert, Walter, and all the other friends who has supported this concept. And I think this concept has become very strong today, and it's becoming one voice, and uniting Africa is very important. And also ITIC, Africa is part of us, and we are in our forthcoming conference, we have topics like investing in Africa. Africa is very dear to us, and it's 54 countries, it's one brand, one voice, and we need to work very strongly to promote this brand, Africa. Congratulations, Jürgen, because you were really behind this idea, instrumental, and spend a lot of time, like all the others, all the other colleagues participated a lot. Thank you to Africa for the 2 years, for the second birthday.
Yes, and thank you very much. And anyone who wanted to sign up for your event, you can also go to any of our websites, click on events. It's right there. It's the next big event coming up on November 11th, or go to worldtourismevents.com. Or what is your website directly, Ibrahim?
www.itic.uk.
Okay, that's where you need to go, and then we see you all in about a week at the investment conference. And I love when you say the investment conference is in London. In reality, it's all over the place. We're all on Zoom these days.
It's virtual.
It's all virtual. What makes it easier?
All virtual. We are covering the world, actually.
We're covering the world. Thank you very much, Ibrahim. You've been a good friend, and I hope things are going a little bit better in Mauritius. I know you had, besides COVID, you had some other challenges to deal in your country, but beautiful place. And I'd like to welcome a gentleman who also has been with us from the very first moment. He's joining us from Zimbabwe, and he is originally, I believe, from India. And Ibrahim Arvind Naya, I believe, if I pronounced this correctly. Ibrahim, you had sent a video. I do have a challenge playing the video, and I will also make it available to anyone in archive. This is a new system, and I'm very worried about if I try to fix this here, that I will break up the conference. So I wanted to apologize. I won't be able to play your video now, but we will send it to everyone. But welcome anyway, and thank you so much for your support over the last 2 years.
Very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. There's a little bit of background noise, but we can hear you.
Okay. First of all, I welcome everybody on behalf of Zimbabwe and myself as a founder and CEO of Vintage Travel and Vintage Tours Private Limited. In Shona, we say Makorokoto, a job well done. I wish African Tourism Board on their second anniversary all the very best. And I welcome each and everybody to Zimbabwe, Africa's paradise. That's all I have to say on this podium, once again. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. And I can assure you, I will personally work extremely hard to make African Tourism Board proud of giving me an opportunity to be a member of it. Thank you very much.
You managed to put a smile on the face of Walter.
Thank you very much. So let's go through the role. I will try to put the spotlight. So anyone who signed up and wanted to say something, please turn your camera on if you can, so we can give you the spotlight. I have Joseph Kafunda. He's the chairperson of the Emerging Tourism Enterprise Association, joining us from Namibia. Welcome, Joseph. I see your camera may not be on, so I cannot show you. Not sure. Joseph, can you hear us? Okay, so maybe that is not working right now. So later on, when you are ready, please let us know. I'd like to go then from Namibia to Nigeria, and our good friend and ambassador for the African Tourism Board, Abigail Olagbaye, and I probably pronounced this wrong, who is also the organizer of a number of upcoming events we will also show on this platform, has been working tirelessly in Nigeria, has made a lot of headway, and has really done African Tourism Board proud in representing ATB in Nigeria. Abigail, you're an inspiration, and I hear some whisper you might actually be our next tourism hero. So we're working on this, and maybe you should stay tuned for an announcement. But welcome.
Thank you so much, Jürgen. It's an honor. It's a big honor and privilege to be part of this celebration at this moment. And I want to say a special thank you to you and also to all other leaders that started off this idea. And today we're here celebrating our second anniversary. It's a joyous occasion, and it's so nice to welcome everyone from every part of the world celebrating with us, on this day. Yes, Africa Tourism Board is making great inroads in Nigeria and in the region, the West African region. And we're proud of what we have done so far and what we're looking forward to, especially in 2021, and what we've been able to achieve despite how this year 2020 has been. Particularly, we're so happy that on this second anniversary, we're looking forward to Africa Tourism Board, conquering new territories and achieving lots more, in the global tourism map, in a global tourism space. So it's an honor. I don't want to take too much time. And thank you for the consideration of having me as a nominee for the Heroes Award. I really thank you for this. And I really think, I dedicate this to all tourism professionals out there who are working tirelessly to make the industry deserving and beautiful as it should be. Thank you so much. I want to use this opportunity to invite the entire industry to celebrate with us on Africa Tourism Day, organized by Desigo Tourism, which is my company, in partnership with Africa Tourism Board, which comes up on 26th of November. 2020. It's a virtual event, and please look out for our adverts and promotion. Thank you so much. God
Yeah, and
bless.
actually, thank you very much. And you can actually see the event is listed. If you go to worldtourismevents.com, you find it, or you can go directly to your website. You did actually a wonderful website. I want everyone to take a look at it. It's called Africa Tourism Day, not African. I misspelled it. It's called Africa Tourism Day.
Africa.
And you can register right from there. And I'm looking forward help you co-hosting this event on this platform on November 26th. I now like to go again back to Tanzania, and hopefully Apollinari can hear us. Apollinari, I know for God knows more time than I think we all want to have it true. He's been the representative and the ambassador for eTurboNews in Tanzania, I guess for almost 20 years, for a long time. And he has also joined the African Tourism Board. He's done a lot of the articles. You've seen two of us today about our birthday celebration. And Apollinari has always been here as a friend. He's not getting paid for his job, but we all feel bad and times are terrible. But he's been such a good friend. And I really wanted to thank you also publicly, Apollinari, for all your good work. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Jugen. And thank you very much, all of HB partners and patrons. I am very happy to join you to celebrate the second birthday of Africa Tourism Board. And being among members, I am very happy as well to share ideas with you all, and I'll contribute my time and to write more news on Africa. And I welcome everybody to speak, and I welcome everybody to cooperate with us to make a very positive image of Africa through our media. And also, I encourage all of you, everybody among us, to come up to join together to market Africa as a single destination, as a one destination in the global, banking on African rich resources, wildlife, cultural heritage, historical and cultural heritage. So thank you very much, Thomas. But there's, I'm very happy to not comment from one colleague from Kalman from Israel. Am I right? I think Israel is I can say is among the countries where Africans go. Every year, we have a number of Africans from East Africa go Israel for religious pilgrimage. So I believe through ATB, we can market this route. It's very good and is well recognized, and we can market it through our media platforms and the like. Thank you very much again for giving me such an opportunity. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Apollinari, and thanks for always for your great ideas. And this is really what African Tourism Board should be about. It should be about marketing, spotlighting Africa as a beautiful and as a very special destination. I remember from the very first moment when when we talked about it in London, I said, okay, we should have two platforms. We should have a marketing platform for African Tourism Board, and we should have a playing field for all the political talk, what is equally important. And I thank you for your vision. I'd like to now go to London and introduce Julia Fall. She's with OTT Travel. Tell us a little bit more about what you're doing, how you fit into Africa, and welcome.
Yes, hello everybody from OTT. Happy birthday, and it's great to participate. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Jürgen. So OTT is a marketing and an educational platform for the travel trade, for the suppliers to be able to communicate with the remote trade that actually sells your destination or your airline or your hotel and so on. And information has been absolutely critical and key this year, especially in a pandemic, to know whether a destination is open or closed, what the COVID protocols are in hotels, which flights are flying to where and how and what their COVID protocols are. There's so much information. And to me, it's absolutely the key to unlocking international tourism, because information creates confidence, and confidence literally delivers bookings. And so our platform can help create online training, short courses, sort of 10 to 20 minutes. And we do marketing to inspire agents as well. And we also help connect them to, but through email marketing, we can send special offers and so on. So we work with the CASA, with the Victoria Falls Travel Association. We've created a special sort of collection of courses, and I'd like to offer that as well to the tourism board. And there's no charge for that. To sort of help promote tourism to Africa is really what we're doing for a short period of time, for a few months. And if that helps those destinations, attractions, hotels, airlines to get the promotion that they need in the places that they need it, then we're very happy to participate and to do that. So hopefully speak to you soon. If you need to speak to me, I'll put some details in the chat.
Perfect. And yeah, please send us the information. We'd be happy to put it on the africantourismboard.com website. Absolutely. And share it and free. That sounds really exciting.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
One of those years, isn't it?
It's one of these.
We've all got to work together to get tourism going again. Yeah.
We will. We're all in this together. That's for sure. I'd like to go from London now to New York and introduce Joyce Adewumi. She's the founder of the New York African Chorus. Tell us more about what you're doing, and welcome. You may have to.
Good afternoon, everyone.
There we go. Okay.
Yes. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sorry I'm not able to put this camera on, but I would like to congratulate you all for, well, I should say us, right? I'm included on the second birthday of this wonderful organization. As many people have said, Africa is the motherland. Africa is the place to be. And I congratulate all of you on the work that you're doing. We're looking forward to the African Tourism Day to celebrate with everyone. But what we do is we work with many of the traditional kings in Nigeria to promote cultural tourism. So whenever they're having different festivals or so, we bring people down and they are hosted by the different kings, and they get to, participate in the festival. For instance, if you've heard about the Osun Osogbo Festival, that plays host to about 1 million people that come from all over the world. So they participate in this festival. They meet the kings, meet the locals, get in touch with people who are participants, and they're able to ask questions and then buy souvenirs. So I thank you all for giving me this opportunity. I'm looking forward. I'm going to do everything I can to make this organization thrive just like you all, because it's so much needed. It's really, really needed. I know that I faced a lot of obstacles when I was doing this, but I think with you all and with what I have too, we can help to make this organization the best one in the whole world. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I like that. And thank you, and stay safe in New York. And we're going now from New York to Zimbabwe again, and welcome Rose Mukogo from Green Tourism Zimbabwe. Welcome. I think you may have to unmute yourself, Rose. There we go.
Thank you so much, Jürgen, for this opportunity. Thank you for all those who contributed to the birth of ATB, and today we're celebrating the second birthday. I didn't realize that there would be something to be grateful for with regards to COVID-19. But yes, today, I'm very grateful that we have this opportunity where we are all meeting together, although virtually. So I'd just like to say thank you to those who were involved in this ATB, and to say thank you all for those who are here today as we move forward. I just want to pledge my support for any activity which will be happening under ATB, and to say this is one great thing which has happened for us in Africa. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much, Rose, and all the best. And I'd like to now welcome and give the floor to another African, but he happened to be in Nepal, and he was the former head of the Nepal Tourism Board, a very good friend who's been on our Project Hope initiative for African Tourism Board, and he's everywhere, even if it's 2 in the morning. Deepak Joshi has been there. He's been there for Africa and he's been there for the world, and has been a good friend of Africa. I think I can safely say this. Welcome and namaste.
Namaste, Jürgen. First of all, on this very special occasion and this very auspicious occasion, I would like to extend a very special happy birthday to African Tourism Board, all the members and supporters of African Tourism Board, Mr. Cuthbert and the team. A huge congratulations to you all for creating a model initiative and inspiring and educating the world that how tourism brings countries and communities together for the larger sustainable interests. You know, the world knows Nepal as the top of the world, as the Mount Everest is in Nepal, and the world knows Nepal as one of the most peaceful land, as the Lord Buddha, epitome of peace, was born in Nepal. So from top of the world and the happiest place on earth, we have 2 very special lights on the occasion of second birthday to African Tourism Board. To you, very best wishes. We would like to extend our very best wishes to African Tourism Board for all your effort. And in just 2 years of time, you have really made a global visibility. Tourism brings better results when we come together. And we all Nepalese and we all South Asian people, we are together with you. Africa is amazing, very exotic, very unique. Waka Waka Africa, happy birthday to you. And at the same time, I would like to appreciate the effort that is made by Dr. Talib Rifai, Jürgen, Peter, Alan, Geoffrey, Cuthbert, and many other personalities for creating such a wonderful platform where you are giving us a very good chance to network even in this time of pandemic and lockdown. And same appreciation, same level of kudos to you all. Thank you. And again, happy birthday to African Tourism Board. We are together.
Yeah, thank you very much, Deepak. And I have some good news for you. You may have not even seen it, but we added you were added to the list of tourism heroes yesterday. So you find your picture now on heroes.travel.
Thank you.
And you should check your email. It's brand new and you deserve it. And you can actually read why you deserve it. And welcome to this honor. And I'd like to thank you very much. And I'd like to now welcome and also apologize to Tony Smith. Tony, I was trying to find you and I couldn't find you. I was looking under the name Alain because on your WhatsApp, I see a different name and I couldn't find you. Otherwise, I would have asked you earlier. Tony, I have to say, he's joining us from Hong Kong and it's 2:38 in the morning, if I'm not mistaken, in Hong Kong. And you look tired, and I'm not surprised you're tired.
It's been a long day. It's been a long day.
Yeah.
But you look good. You look good,
Yes.
Tony. You look good.
And Tony has been a very special friend. He's also been here, and I wanted to just explain this a little bit. He's been here from the very first moment. Before we even had our event in London, I believe, was it before? Yeah, I think it was before the event. I received a phone call from your office, from iFree in Hong Kong. It said, how can we become a sponsor And I thought to myself, I was spending money left and right to get this platform up. And it's wonderful. We need a sponsor. So I couldn't believe it. And I was telling everyone, we have a sponsor. And Tony, and at first, I didn't know if this was for real. So I Googled the company, and it seemed to be a real company, and they seemed to be legitimate. And they are. And now Tony has been a sponsor and a good friend now for the African Tourism Board. You're an integrated part of the African Tourism Board. You've been with us actually for the longest and from the very first beginning. And not only was he a monetary sponsor, what helped us out tremendously, and thank you for this. He also actually bought us dinner, and this was the first dinner what brought us together with Cuthbert and Doris and everyone else, and that's how we formed the executive committee in Cape Town. I remember this was a wonderful dinner we went. Thank you for the dinner. And it kind of really brought this organization forward. So I'm really glad you're on the call at 2:37 in the morning your time. Welcome, Tony.
Thank you, Jürgen. I think all of us are a bit jaded with all these Zoom calls, and especially when we're now virtually global as people and not actually there anymore, but just kind of like it's a 24-hour. We can choose which, as many people have said this evening, we can choose which Zoom calls to go on. So this is, yes, a 2:30 call in the morning. And I would not have missed this for anything. When I talked to Jürgen just a little over 2 years ago, and we've known each other for quite a bit longer, it was something that I always thought, look, we always get a bad rap in certain situations now. And that's a country, that's a religion, that's a society, that's a whatever. But Africa always was painted this one color, and it was dark. And I don't say black, I say dark. And in the Western media, and I've come from a media background, it was always just like anything that happened in Africa was, in any bit was Africa. It could be in the north, south, east, to west, but it was always the country. So when Jürgen was talking about like, how can we promote a continent? I thought it would be great that we have the 54 countries representing themselves and getting out there and saying like, we are as individual as we are multicultural. We are, so that's the thing. I'm not making much sense because it's been a 19-hour day for me today, but I just want to say happy birthday to us all on this occasion, and I will continue to support our efforts to promote peace, to promote tourism, and to promote everyone in this world to everywhere we can go.
Thank you so much, Tony, and thank you again for being there for us. I have to rightfully say, I don't know if the African Tourism Board, we would be where we are right now with your initial contribution, not only monetary contribution, but also your contribution altogether as a leader in the industry. And I want to thank you for this. Actually, I still have about 100 of your SIM cards here. They're on my kitchen table. And next time we go to the World Travel Market in Cape Town, I will bring them back. Hopefully they still work. And these are these are wonderful cards because I think you can go anywhere in Africa and you can use them as SIM cards and you can connect to the internet very easy. Great system. But maybe you have something new by now. So we're going to ask you before how this all comes
together. We'll look at that, yes. We'll look at that.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to thank you, Tony. I'd like to now get the spotlight to Septi Bukula. He is joining us from South Africa, and he's with Ziza Tourism. Good morning or good evening, I guess. Septi, welcome.
Yeah, good evening, Jürgen. I'm from a rainy Johannesburg, and thank you for affording me an opportunity to say a few words. And I want to start off like everyone else by saying happy birthday to ATB, 2 proud years. In my language, in the Xhosa, we say Minem Nandi. So I say Minem Nandi to ATB. Happy 2-year birthday. CZA Tourism SME Network is a network, as the name suggests, of tourism SMEs in South Africa. CZA stands for See South Africa. We exist to make SMEs front and center in the field of tourism. So everything we do is about the advancement of SMEs in the tourism sector. We were delighted at the opportunity to join ATB as a member, I think over a year or so ago, seeing it as an important platform for us as a network. We are built on the concept of collaboration and networking, so we saw it as a beautiful opportunity for us to be able to network with like-minded people across the continent. So without taking too much of your time, Jürgen, I want to say that as we look to the next 2 years, I'd like to put a challenge before ATB, and that is to work with us as an SME network and other SME networks, so associations across the country, across the continent, to figure out a way that we can get SMEs across the continent to connect and do business together and together grow tourism across the continent. So I look forward to working with ATB to realize that dream that we have and that objective. And once again, thank you so very much for the opportunity. And Minam Nandi from Johannesburg.
Thank you so much. And I couldn't agree more with you. And this is really, again, one of the pillars for this organization. We wanted to put in place its business. And it's specifically the small guys and the medium companies that needs most of the help. And sometimes they're overlooked in the chain of the big companies. So thank you for what you're doing, and it's very important. I can tell you, I think the African Tourism Board would love to work with you, and also we'd like to work with you with World Tourism Network, because World Tourism Network is doing exactly what you're doing, helping the small and medium-sized businesses all over the world, and Africa, of course, is a very important part of it. From your end, I'd like to go to Livingstone in Zambia. I've been to Livingstone the first time in 1986, and there wasn't much there in Livingstone. And then I went back for the World UNWTO General Assembly, and it was just wonderful. You just opened the airport. I stayed at the, what was it, Royal Livingstone Hotel, what was one of the best places I ever stayed. Just absolutely stunning part of the African continent. And I'd like to say hello to Faith Shonga joining us from there.
Hello, Jürgen, and hello, Africa. Hello, world. Thank you so much for this opportunity. It is a great pleasure to have be with all of you on this platform. I would just like to say that a great initiative was birthed about 2 years ago, and it must inspire action from all of us at individual level, at organizational level, and national level. And I think we all have a role to play. I'm involved with the work of the ATB. I'm very proud to be associated with it. And I look forward to working with all of you amazing partners in Africa and across the world. That being said, I would like to wish the ATB family a very happy 2nd anniversary, and also apologize for the rather poor screen. I had no control over this one this evening. So I wish you all a very happy 2nd anniversary. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Faith, and I appreciate your part of the African Tourism Board. From Zambia, now we're going to Kenya, to Robin Henry, representing Secluded Africa, and welcome. I think you may have to unmute yourself first so we can hear you.
There we go. Hello. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I'm Robin from Secluded Africa in Kenya, and thank you for allowing us to celebrate this birthday with you. I can say this is definitely the first virtual birthday celebration I have ever attended. But it shouldn't mean that a virtual birthday is any less impactful or less memorable. Dr. Peter Talo, thank you for the birthday cake. It was delicious from afar. I think birthday cake is a key part of birthday celebrations, and another key part of birthday celebrations, at least for a 2-year-old child, might be a form of entertainment like, let's say, a clown. Now, I may not be a professional clown, but I would like to attempt to bring that level of light and humor to the stage. And so with that, you also mentioned that we are here, or at least ATB is about connecting hearts. And at Secluded Africa, we are about connecting our guests to the heart of conservation, communities, and cultures in Kenya. And so with this in mind, I'm going to try to connect each other, every single person on this platform. As we are all sitting in our homes, in our kitchens that we've now converted to offices, our bedrooms that are the only quiet place that we have, or the I don't know, the car, the garage, the attic, we're going to make this moment of magic that will allow us to connect with each other and keep this moment as a gift or memorabilia to look back on. But it will only work if you participate with your video on. So if you'd like to be part of this, turn your video on at this moment. Now, I'll give you a moment to do that. And because this event is recorded, you're going to be able to always look back on it and see how this magic trick is done, and maybe repeat it with some of your other friends or colleagues in your next virtual meeting. Now, this is the moment you've all been waiting for. You can see yourself in the picture frame, right? Which is a good thing. So as soon as you can see yourself in the picture frame, I would like you to, with the palms of your hands facing away from you, place your palms on the left and right of your screen. And there you have it. If you look at it, we are all now connected in this moment. And in this moment, I would like to take the chance to say, from Secluded Africa, happy birthday to the ATB. We wish you a bright and prosperous future. Thank you very much.
Well, that was wonderful. Thank you so much, Robin. This was wonderful. I got to remember this. We're all in this together. You really made it very clear. And I now like to go. Okay. Wonderful. Thank you. Wherever this came from, I don't know. It wasn't planned, but this was wonderful. Thank you so much. From Kenya, we're going now to Ireland. And actually, we're meeting Edna Layuta. She represents, I believe, in Ireland, the Chamber, the Chamber of Commerce for Tanzania. Is that correct?
Yes, yes. Hi, everyone. Greetings from Dublin. Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you so much. I actually wear 2 hats. I'm like Ireland and Tanzania. So we are the Tanzania Chamber of Commerce. We are like the bridge that connects Africa and Europe. So I know this is about tourism. By the way, congratulations, first of all, and happy birthday to African Tourism Board. What an inspirational journey. And I'm so honored to be speaking here today. So we play our part at promoting tourism in Africa. I love Africa. I'm from Tanzania originally. And every time I hear about nice stories about Africa, I always am the first one to encourage people to visit. So we do business tourism. We also promote cultural tourism, and we have animals and also volunteers. So we work with we represent many tour agencies in Africa. So if you want to be part of what we do, please do check out our website and do join. At the moment, we have amazing opportunity in Zanzibar. Every time I hear Zanzibar, I get goosebumps. It's just so beautiful. We have amazing opportunity for people to invest in tourism. And there you get so many advantages. You can get residence permit. You can get amazing apartment for as little as $22,900 US. You can own your own amazing, beautiful apartment in Zanzibar. So we have 2 projects there. We're working with a German company called CPS. So please check them out because it's a good place to invest as well. So if you want for us to get to tourists, to bring tourists to your agents, please get in touch. We have our offices in New York, We are in Dublin for European market, and we are opening an office in India soon for Asian market, and in Tanzania as well. So this is what we do. We play our part. At the moment, we're really trying to bring virtual working tourists. Many people in Europe, as you know, they are working remotely, so they are ready to visit. They go on holiday, and we are bringing them over to Africa. So if you want to receive this, because I know the industry is really struggling at the moment, we are already doing business tourists because it's business as usual in most African countries. And also we bring virtual workers holidays as well. So please get in touch, and then we can partner with you and work together and try to bring the tourism industry in Africa. And thank you so much. And this is so inspiring, and I can't wait to be part of what you do. Please do. I would love to be part of what you're doing because it's really, really amazing. And greetings from Dublin again. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And I know you have joined the African Tourism Board also in the early stage. And thank you for that. And it's great to have you on board. I was always wondering, Tanzania Chamber of Commerce in Ireland. So do you have a big market for Tanzania and Ireland? I'm just curious.
No. It's just the name really from branding point of view, because many, as you know, guys, Africa is an emerging economy. So we have many investment people wanting to invest in Africa. So we have companies that are investing in different sectors, not only in Tanzania, by the way. We are also working with most of East Africa and Southern African. So we work with governments there. So we have investors who are looking for projects to invest in Africa. So they come to us because we are, in a way, we're the only one really that has actually been established here. And we have just established actually an East Africa Chamber of Commerce as well. So at the moment, we have investors who have money, so they don't know what to do with the money, so they're looking for projects. So our job is to make sure we match them with what they can invest in. So we are from mining to agriculture to IT, pharmaceuticals, all these sectors. So that's why we work very closely with the governments as well in Africa, but also for the private sector. So if you have a project that you think it's worth being, investment, please get in touch. You never know, it could be your lucky day. So we would be more than happy to work with you.
Yeah, I think you're going to have a lot of takers in Africa. People who don't know what to do with their money, send them, and we'd be happy to share your information with everyone. And,
absolutely. In terms of tourism there, please guys, we have people who are still going to Africa for tourism despite the current situation. So please get in touch. We can recommend them to you, and then we can work together.
Thank you so much. And we like to go actually now directly to Tanzania, not to Tanzania and Ireland. And in Tanzania, I think we have Lina Lemoma, I believe, joining us from Safari Travel. I'm sorry if I pronounced your name incorrectly. Welcome.
Good evening, everybody. In Kiswahili, we say hongera sana, means congratulations. Being a 2-year-old, I can see we are not throwing any tantrums at all. We are actually matured for 2-year-olds. So congratulations to everybody. I represent 2 companies in Safari Travels, which is a tour operator based in Dar es Salaam and doing safaris to the southern part of Tanzania. And a new initiative that actually came out of these hard times of COVID. In terms of having difficulty and a very hard time, COVID still had some positives. And I think our initiative, which we call the Intra-Africa Travelers Fairs, is one of those positives that came out of COVID. The initiative is actually quite different from most because we are promoting intra-African travel, which means that we're trying to get Africans to travel within Africa. A very interesting thing happened last week. We had about 800 Russians come into Zanzibar after a very, very long time of 8 months of not having tourists. And my question to myself was, why was it not 800 Africans landing in Zanzibar? So our initiative is actually directly, purposely targeting Africa so that we are able to move Africans around. We always hear that Africans can't travel. Africans are not traveling within Africa. But what are we doing to ensure that Africans are traveling within the continent? So these are the issues that we want to tackle, and these are the issues that we want to tackle together. And I'm sure we'll be able to move 800 Africans at any other given time to any African country if we have the right. So we're actually having a Zoom meeting tomorrow to discuss some of these constraints that African tourists and travelers face, among them rates. For those of you in the industry, you know we have East African rates, SADC rates, ECOWAS rates, but then we also have European rates and any other rates. So why can't Africa unite and have one blanket rate for all Africans? So we hope you can join us and hear what we have to say, and we can move Africans across Africa. Thank you very much, Jorgen, and hongera sana again. And you're not a 2-year-old with any tantrums. Thank you.
Asante sana, I believe in Kiswahili. I don't know. That's what I remember when I was in your part of the world several years ago. And thank you for joining us. And yes, I think we had discussed domestic tourism. I think specifically Dr. Taleb Rifai is a big supporter from the beginning to start out safe and to concentrate on your region. And thank you for what you're doing. I think this is it's a very good approach.
Jorgen, can I ask that the link to that meeting tomorrow be sent to us, please?
Yes, absolutely. If you can please send us the link, email it. I'd be happy to put it on the African tourism website so everyone can see it, and we send it out with the archive for this event. So maybe we get some more people.
Actually, I did send you, Jorgen. I sent you. Jorgen, can you hear me?
Yes, if you did it, I have to apologize. I don't recall. If you maybe
Okay,
if you can send it
no
again, I'm
problem.
so sorry. I get like more than 2,000 emails a day, and sometimes I overlook. But now, since I know it's coming from Lena, I will make sure I pay good attention to it. Thank you so much. And
I'm also posting it here for everybody else. Sorry.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And we'd like to go now from Tanzania, and I'm always trying to keep the best to the last, and that doesn't mean anyone is better than anyone else, but I don't want to look like I'm waiting for the last for the worst. That's not the case. So everyone is the same here. And Levi Motebayan is the ATB brand ambassador in South Africa, and you're playing an important role in this organization. And welcome.
Thank you very much, Jorgen. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we celebrating the birth of great ideas from great leaders of the world. Today, we are witnessing that vision and plan giving light to the world of tourism. And it is therefore an honor and privilege to be part of this birthday celebration of the great continent of Africa. Tourism will reconcile nations and educate people and unite all of us. Tourism is one of the vehicles which will create job opportunities for many years to come. Therefore, it is a great honor to give special thanks to our founding fathers of this great organization. Happy birthday to all of you. I thank you.
Thank you so much. And we're now 2 hours in this event, and I wanted to thank everyone for staying with us so long. And now we're coming to the fun part, and I'm trying to now look at with my eyes here and see how we get closest to the numbers so we can announce our winners. While I do this, I was wondering maybe I would like to maybe if anyone else wanted to add something to it, maybe also Taleb or Peter, please do so. So that allows me maybe 1 or 2 minutes to look through the list and see who's going to be the winners here for today.
Yeah, I just want to say to everyone, I think we've come a long way. This was just originally just an idea that people were throwing around. And it's really very unusual for an organization to go this far and be this successful in just 2 years. And that really says a lot. I think it says, especially during such a difficult period for the world of tourism, the time that we really wondered if we were going to survive, how we were going to do it. We've been so lucky to have made friends across the world, to come to learn to work with each other, to care about each other, to connect hearts to hearts and hands to hands. And so I want to thank everyone for sticking it out, being here. It's 2 hours, it's a lot of time, but let's take 1 hour for each year. So on our 100th birthday, This means it's going to be 100 years. We'll have 100 hours. Hopefully not. But let's all try to really extend our hearts, extend our hands, work together. The whole purpose of ATB is to help people make money, to come together, to learn to love each other, to learn to care about each other, and to work together. So thank you to everyone.
Thank you so much. And again, I do have a friend, Mr. Soli, the founder and president of Brand Africa. He would just want to say a word or two of congratulations.
Welcome.
Mr.
Yeah,
Soli.
just unmute yourself. I don't know where you are. What's your last name? Let me see if I can find you. Patrick, what's his last name?
Can you hear me?
There you are.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you very much. I appreciate this. Look, I'm the newest member. I think the latest one to be welcomed to this vast, awesome global African family, and I'm really excited to be here. Thank you to Cuthbert, and thank you to Dr. Taleb Rafai and other members of this Africa Tourism Board for having welcomed me, and especially for having accepted to come and speak at the 2020 Africa Brand Summit. For those of you who've never heard of it, please go to www.africabrandsummit.co. The summit and the Africa Tourism Board really have to work together into the future because what we're doing complements what you guys are doing. And
an excellent event. It's an excellent event.
Thank you for allowing me to be part of this awesome community. I like it.
Thank you so much. And I think I figured out who the winners are, and I also checked against that these people are still on board here. And so let's go through this, and they can introduce themselves because I don't know exactly who's behind it. And but I checked from what I can see, they're in Africa, they're still on board, and if they don't have a use for the price, it is transferable. Give it to someone who would have a use. So the third prize, what is $1,000 advertising campaign with eTurboNews and our network to be used anytime in 2021, because we want to wait for COVID to hopefully disappear in a lot of ways. So actually this money could be used for a good cause. But I'd like to congratulate Ruth Ovino, and I know Ruth is on the call. Let me try to unmute Ruth. Actually, you need to unmute yourself. If you can do this, maybe you can tell us who you are. I have your email and support, but maybe you can see who you represent. Ruth Ovino is the winner of our $1,000 prize. Okay, I know Ruth is on here, but
I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, there we go. Okay, tell us, Ruth, where are you? Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
And where are you joining us from? From what country?
I'm from Kenya.
Oh, from Kenya. Okay, wonderful.
Yeah. I'm Kenya, Brogibro Safaris and Event Management Limited.
Okay, perfect. So hopefully looks like you can use this money for a good cause to promote your business, and we'll be in touch by email. Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I really appreciate, and happy birthday to ATB.
Thank you. The second prize we have that is the $2,500 credit goes to Enrique Zayai, and I don't know exactly where you're from, but maybe if you can unmute yourself, you can let us know. Enrique Zayai, did I pronounce this correctly? Okay, so I don't know if maybe Enrique doesn't have a microphone. Let me look up where he is. According to my my records, Enrique is in. Oh, you know, I have to apologize. Enrique, as much as we would love to have you, You're not qualified. You're not in Africa. I thought you were. And just because of my apology, we're going to send you a $500 credit anyway for joining us. And Ricky is actually joining us from Caracas in Venezuela. So the next closest to this, make sure it's Brooklyn, New York, but it's not qualified. And then we have Christopher Phillips in Zambia. Let me just see if Christopher is still on our platform. No, Christopher left, so that is too bad. Okay. Okay, let me just see, just one second. And we have many callers. They're not from Africa, but I have, okay, we have a winner for the $2,500 from Pretoria, South Africa. Cynthia Mavo-Fermo. Cynthia, are you there? Are you there? Cynthia is here.
Unmute yourself, Cynthia.
I am, yes.
Okay, there we go. Okay, congratulations. You won our second prize, what is $2,500 in advertising. Are you in the travel business? Are you selling travel? Can you use it for yourself?
Yes.
Tell us what you do, Cynthia.
I'm the owner of Kesima. What is it? Kesima Ocean Economy and Enterprise Development, Pty Limited. Kesima Ocean Economy is an ocean-based company, and we deal with the ocean businesses such as I'm so yes, various ocean businesses in the ocean sector.
Okay, perfect. So congratulations. We'll be in touch by email. And now we actually have our big prize, what is $10,000. What also goes to South Africa. We have a lot of people from South Africa, to Joshua Ngoma. Joshua, are you there? Joshua, can you, Ngoma, can you unmute yourself? Hopefully Joshua has a microphone. If okay. Well, I see Joshua is on this forum. He may not have a microphone. Not everyone has a microphone on it. So he's, and let me see if I ask him to get his video on. So let me just see what I have here. Okay, Joshua Ngoma, from what I can see, he is from Centurion in South Africa, and he runs a company, Enterprising Africa Regional Network. So congratulations. We will be in touch by email, and congratulations to all of us again for our second birthday. I think this was a very interesting event, getting to know so many of you. It's widely broadcast, so a lot of people will know about the African Tourism Board, will know about you, will know about us. And again, from Honolulu, Hawaii, thank you to everyone, and we hope we see you very soon at another event. Don't hesitate to be in touch. Just go to africantourismboard.com. You have all our contact information. Contact us anytime, and we see you next time. Have a good day and a good evening. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye.
Warmest greetings from Hong Kong. It is my tremendous honor to join Keith from the Singapore Tourism Board at this historic moment as we see the launch of the region's first bilateral, all-purpose and quarantine-free travel bubble since the beginning of the COVID-19 outbreak. For people in our two famous cities and for travelers all around the world, this is a significant milestone. It shows that with mutual trust and with the right arrangements in place, it is once again possible to safely travel overseas. And it shows the way to a new era of post-pandemic travel. This moment of history is to be shared by two close friends. For many years, Hong Kong people and Singaporeans have shared a common love of travel, and many of us in each city have family members and friends in the other. The air travel bubble reflects how close we are, as well as showing our mutual commitment to make it safe for people from our two cities to meet up again. At our end of the bubble, the Hong Kong Tourism Board has established a stringent, standardized hygiene protocol across our tourism industry. From hotels and theme parks to restaurants, shopping malls and tour coaches, anti-epidemic measures are in place to provide reassurance and protection to visitors at every point of their stay. As well as being safe and hygienic, however, we haven't forgotten that our friends from Singapore are here to enjoy themselves. We have gone out of our way to make sure their visits are special and memorable. Not only have we arranged special surprises for visitors taking the first flight, we have also had a selection of amazing offers for our guests, including newly opened hotels and attractions, a diverse selection of travel experiences, and incredible value for money deals across town. I look forward to welcoming our pioneering guests as they tour our cities as trailblazers, lighting a way for the visitors from around the world. I'm excited to see the first bubble flight about to take off soon.
各位香港朋友，你好。Dear friends in Hong Kong, today I'm delighted to join Dane from the Hong Kong Tourism Board to mark this historic occasion. The launch of the Singapore-Hong Kong air travel bubble represents a significant milestone that demonstrates the deep connectedness and close friendship between our two cities. This move is also a signal to the world that our cities have kept COVID-19 under control. This has given us the confidence to reopen our borders to each other. In fact, I hope that Hong Kong and Singapore can be a model for the rest of the world, showing the world how we can revive international travel safely. I know many Singaporeans are looking forward to visiting the great and buzzing city of Hong Kong. We certainly look forward to welcoming you to Singapore. In the past 9 months, our tourism industry has not stood still, but has come up with new products, offerings and experiences that will surprise you, even if you have been to Singapore before. These include aqua gastronomy, a beautiful underwater dining experience at the Southeast Asia Aquarium in Resorts World Sentosa, and the Changi Jurassic Mall, an outdoor display of lifelike dinosaurs along a new bike and walking path that connects Gardens by the Bay in downtown Singapore all the way to Changi Airport. Singapore's beautiful gardens, parks, nature reserves, beaches and islands have also become more accessible, and you might discover more wildlife there too. As a simple gesture of gratitude, the tourism boards of Hong Kong and Singapore have lined up special gifts for our first batch of travelers on the air travel bubble. Travelers can also look forward to other attractive promotions, including some 70 hotel deals that are available on visitsingapore.com, our one-stop portal for visitors. I also want you to know that we take your health, safety and wellness very seriously. We have reopened our tourism businesses with careful and safe measures in place. For example, you will encounter many businesses with the SG Clean mark. This is a nationwide effort to certify businesses and tourism establishments that meet high standards of cleanliness, hygiene, and sanitization. With Singapore's strong track record, I am confident that Hong Kong travelers can explore Singapore with peace of mind. It has been many months since we were able to welcome our friends from Hong Kong. We have missed you, and we look forward to seeing many of you soon. Thank you.
See you in Hong Kong.
See you in Singapore.